If we continue as we have, then, we're doomed. And the judgment of some higher power on that will be, they didn't even struggle. They went to the boxcars with their suitcases and they didn't even struggle. This is too nightmarish to contemplate. We're talking about the fate of a whole planet. Why are people so polite? Why are they so patient? Why are they so forgiving of gangsterism and betrayal? It's very difficult to understand. I believe it's because the dominator culture is increasingly more and more sophisticated in its perfection of subliminal mechanisms of control. And I don't mean anything grandiose and paranoid. I just mean that through press releases and sound bites and the enforced idiocy of television, the drama of a dying world has been turned into a soap opera for most people. And they don't understand that it's their story and that they will eat it in the final act if somewhere between here and the final act they don't stand up on their hind legs and howl.
Guess who just got back today? Them wild-eyed boys that had been away haven't changed, had much to say. But man, I still think them cats are crazy. They were asking if you were around, how you was, where you could be found. Told them you were living downtown, driving all the old men crazy. The boys are back in town, boys are back in town.
That makes me,
I said, the boys are back in town.
at a genetic level,
The boys are back in town.
want to open a can of kick ass.
Boys are back in town, boys are back in town, boys are back in town, boys are back in town.
I'm here to make the system bow. I'm here to crush the globalist. I'm here to stop corporate tyranny, totalitarianism, communism, fascism, Islamic fascism, Israeli control of the U.S., any of it.
You know that chick that used to dance a lot? Every night she'd be on the floor shaking what she'd got. Man, when I tell you she was cool, she was red hot. I mean, she was steaming. And that time over at Johnny's place, well, this chick got up and she slapped Johnny's face. Man, we just fell about the place. If that chick don't wanna know, forget her. The boys are back in town, the boys are back in town.
Whoa. Reminder.
I said, the boys are back in
Tiger
town.
blood. Adonis DNA.
Back in town.
Yo. Booger blood. Poo-poo DNA.
Why aren't you scanning the pallets for us to fucking take them? Why? Fuck that job, dude. I've never been so fucking... Oh, fuck yes. Fuck that job, dude. Oh my god. Oh, fucking idiots, dude. Oh my fucking god. So I guess pray for your boy. So I'm now on the job hunt again. Jesus, bro. Like I like the money, but not the bullshit. Not the fucking bullshit. Not anymore. Fuck that shit, bro. Fuck.
Friday night they'll be dressed to kill down at Dino's Bar and Grill. The drink will flow and blood will spill. And if the boys wanna fight, you better let them. That jukebox in the corner blasting out my favorite song. The nights are getting warmer, it won't be long. Won't be long till summer comes. Now that the boys are here again. The boys are back in town, boys are back in town.
Oh my god, I'm fucking losing my mind. Like,
most people are fucking retarded.
The boys are back in town, the boys are back in town.
Oh, a funny response about abortion. And people are like, I'm like, yeah, I'm against abortion. And they're like, well, I mean, so what are all these black women supposed to do with their babies? And just be like, I'd buy them. You know, like, I'll put them to work. Is it better to kill them than let me buy them? Right? When people just spiral, oh, slavery's so bad, it's so bad, we gotta kill them all. Why is it, if like a black woman's gonna have an abortion, why not just let me buy it?
I miss every goddamn second of it. Like, the world was awesome. So primal and deep, almost. It felt like ancestors were inside me, you know? Like, you're doing something that mankind's been doing ever since we've had mankind. I mean, the two things we've been doing ever since we came out of whatever we evolved from are fuck and kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Going Postal. It is February 4th, and the boys are in fact back in town. You might have missed us. You probably didn't. Who knows? A couple of you out there might have, but we've been missing the mic. There's been a lot of stuff going on that we want to talk about. We want to cover. Fucking the world's falling apart. All of our predictions are coming true, and we just been watching the fucking bread and circus, you know. We're not fucking reporting on it. We're just kind of fucking waiting. We kind of thought
we've been gambling on DraftKings Sportsbook.
I thought the world would have ended by now. I've already prepared my fortress. I've already prepared my bunker, and I've stocked up on about 2 years worth of emergency food. We have 5-gallon buckets filled with emergency food, just layered up. The walls of my emergency bunker are layered up.
I have 5-gallon buckets filled with marijuana, ready for the fucking apocalypse. I'm just going to smoke myself to death once it comes to that. I'm going to seal myself in my bunker, hotbox the bitch, and kill myself.
I had a fire idea about pistachio trees. I was like, why the fuck is no one around here growing pistachio trees? Dude, this is a fucking
fire idea, guys. Get ready for this one.
This is a gold mine that no one else has tapped into. They're the most expensive nut at the gas station. We could be raking in money on my dad's property with pistachio trees, and then turns out, no, you cannot, in fact, grow pistachio trees around here.
I mean, not with that attitude. Throw up a greenhouse. What are you talking about?
That's a fucking huge greenhouse.
Yeah, it's going to be a big greenhouse, but you were just saying how much of a cash crop it is. Come on.
It ain't enough of a cash crop to build a giant indoor facility for my pistachio trees.
You just think too small. You just want to take the easy way out. You thought you could just toss up some trees, get some fucking pistachios?
Nah, dude, I'm going full marijuana without telling my dad about it. I'm growing marijuana on my dad's property, and just I can grow marijuana. This is all legal.
Why don't you just put it in one of those closets? Why don't you just do it in your garage that you don't use?
For the feds listening to this, it will be a perfectly legal amount that I can grow outdoor on my property. But we all know it's going to be a little...
The feds aren't watching. We're shadow banned everywhere. The only people that are watching this film are people that sought it out. I don't know why you were saying if you guys missed us. Of course they missed us. For Christ's sake. I mean, listen, if you're watching this, we appreciate it. Just at the end of the day, we had to take a sabbatical because, my God, a lot of things were happening. But we're back into the mix. Hopefully we can get back to Mike a little bit more. This year has just been starting off, and it's been turbulent. It's been pretty badass. I love it. I'm eating it up. 2026 it's white boy winter. It's probably gonna be a white boy spring too.
I thought with the shooting of Renee Good, the first one in Minnesota, I thought that one was really bad with the protest, and then the second one where it's just clear that it's a bad shooting, and that dude fucking just
not a great look.
Just gets abused.
Not a great look.
By multiple guys, then they all unload into him. After they disarm him and he has no way to defend himself against the fucking armed attackers, it's really... I thought shit was gonna pop off, honestly. I thought it was gonna get bad.
Now they're telling you that you can't bear your arms.
Now they're telling you you're
not a good look.
You're a domestic terrorist if you're on the street. And if there's an ICE agent walking down the road and you have a gun on you, you're basically a domestic terrorist and you should be killed on the spot.
I'm not condoning bringing a bunch of weapons to a protest, but it's not a great look. It's saying that you can't bear your arms. A Republican president saying that you can't bear your arms. Donald Trump of all presidents as well. Not a great look.
I'm 100% sure this happened. This isn't like...
They're trying to get the martial law going. They're trying to get Trump's third term, like you've been saying.
Yeah. This isn't me making up false memories. This for sure happened. This is Sam Tripoli and Joe Rogan talking on the last time that Sam Tripoli was on. Whenever, I don't think Donald Trump had been elected yet. This is at the end of Joe Biden's last term. They put into law that you can execute American protesters on American soil. Like the government has that ability to. And then they talked about that on that podcast, saying like, and then I remember Sam Tripoli being like, after Joe Rogan reads that, like Jamie pulls it up, Joe Rogan reads it. I remember Sam Tripoli being like, I wonder what they're expecting, like talking about whenever Joe Biden like has to go out and Donald Trump takes over. But really, it's like it might have just been for Donald Trump to take over, and then them have that ability for whenever Donald Trump takes in. And he thought it was just for Joe Biden.
Just as the Constitution intended. I mean, come on now. Fair is fair.
I mean,
we should kill protesters on American soil. I don't see the problem with this.
I mean, they're walking around with a fucking pistol trying to defend themselves. You think they have a right to that bullshit?
Does that give you a right to run them over if they're blocking the highway? Can an American citizen just take it in their own hands to kill a protester on American soil as well, or does it have to be a government agent?
I can't believe that actually would be a real law that was passed, so I feel like it could be fake news being read on Joe Rogan and being like portrayed as real. But that for sure happened, and I never looked into it any more than that.
Yeah, I can believe it. There's they certainly have been big on the killing recently. Rip to Charlie Kirk. We'll see you in Valhalla. We have the watch now, brother. Rest easy.
The Jeffrey Epstein files basically confirm that Kash Patel committed perjury and just very clearly lied under oath. You have to swear on the Bible, and he doesn't fucking care about the Bible at all, so he felt absolutely nothing holding his fucking right hand up to God, holding his hand on the Bible before just committing lie after lie for a group of pedophile elites. It's disgusting.
Dude, Kash Patel goes on Joe Rogan, is talking all this shit before he gets made the FBI director, and then once he's in there, he's literally just the biggest liar of all time. He's saying he doesn't know anything about Jeffrey Epstein abusing children, and then they're releasing millions of files. Like, what are you talking about right now? There's pictures and videos of him abusing children that you have, and you're telling us that you don't know anything about it?
It's disgusting that they could commit that many lies.
Who was it? Pam Bondi? I have him on my desk. The bitch has him on her desk, and apparently he doesn't know anything about child abuse. I don't know what you're talking about. See, the worst part about it is child abuse is just scratching the surface of the surface. I want to know about them eating children's body parts. I want to know about them having just women as slaves and having their children and sucking the bone marrow and stem cells out of them and just using them as just a breeder, a Minecraft farm situation, if you will, for stem cells and bone marrow.
Like, just big picture, as big a picture, zooming out as much as possible on their like overall plan. This is just trauma-based mind control, just like it always has been. They have to toe a fine line, not trying to fuck us up too much, because then we actually will revolt and take over. Like, but they also commit these traumas over and over again to us, like 9/11, Sandy Hook, Boston. Just multiple things where these big picture events, these big conspiracies are committing traumas in our brain, and then they, like, look where it's gotten us. Look at how much we put up with over and over again, and no one ever revolts, no one ever puts up with it. They're towing a fine line between fucking with us too much and actually causing a revolt to just fucking us up just enough to control our minds, let them do whatever they want to us, letting them just have absolute control and have a dictatorship while the American people think they're free.
Yeah, no, they've already pulled it off. At the end of the day, guys, we know that the people that are in charge of us are a bunch of pedophile elites. Who knows what else they're doing behind closed doors? We're not even going to get into it. But we do know that they're all blackmailed. We do know that they're all pedophiles, and we're still just chilling. We're still just paying our taxes. As you should. As an American citizen should. I would never condone not paying your taxes this season. But, I mean, when is enough enough? When is the millions of files about a pedophile that was obviously killed in prison? They say that he committed suicide whenever he was obviously killed in prison. They're releasing millions of files, and there's not going to be any consequences for these people. As a matter of fact, I'm guaranteeing Mrs. Maxwell is going to be let out soon. I mean, she's had a chill time in prison. She's probably tired of running laps around that beautiful prison. I mean, have you seen the track that they have at her prison? I mean, it's just a wonderful facility.
She's actually benefited from the Epstein files coming out. Like, Donald Trump has given her special treatment. No one's actually been brought to justice by all these files being released. The only thing that's actually happened is Ghislaine Maxwell has benefited from the fucking shit coming out, and she's gotten reduced time and shit. Like, this is fucking crazy. Or just like an easier time.
Yeah, no, I mean, she's gonna be out soon. She's gonna make a testimony. Yeah, no, Jeffrey Epstein was doing some bad stuff. It was nothing to do with children, though. All right, let her go.
And what comes out in the files also is Epstein talking about how Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's father, died from him trying to fucking... He had dirt on, and he tried to fucking blackmail whoever for $400 million. Like, blackmail, like, it was either he gave the intelligence to Mossad or he tried to fucking turn on his own people and then tried to get $400 million out of them, or he'd expose everything. This is like Jeffrey Epstein talking to I forgot who.
Yeah, the whole Jeffrey Epstein not being part of Mossad, not being part of a honeypot operation, it looks even worse because in all the files there's a lot of Goyim talk. It's not a great look. There's a lot more Goyim talk than you would expect out of the Jeffrey Epstein files if he wasn't an Israeli asset. But what the fuck do I know?
Did you see the Bannon interview?
No.
It's a 2-hour interview of Steve Bannon interviewing Jeffrey Epstein, just uncut, and he sounds so fucking Jewy, dude.
I honestly, dude, that whole interview, I thought, like, some of the clips online, it was AI. Like,
it's not AI, dude. It's a 2-hour uncut interview. So where that clip comes from...
I have AI psychosis. I just don't believe anything on the internet anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen to everybody eventually. We're going to get to that point. But, that 2-hour clip is from Steve Bannon trying to make a documentary, or try to make a YouTube video, whatever, about Jeffrey Epstein and try to portray him in a new light as not a sex offender. He just had sex with some 17-year-old. He's not a bad guy. He's actually a philanthropist, like Elon Musk type character, like his.
I know, he's
public
a genius.
Image. Yeah,
he's a fucking genius.
In that interview, he says, "You're obviously the smartest man in the room." Whenever you walk into the room, like, he's just like trying to fucking suck his dick as much as possible. That's part of like a PR campaign trying to make Jeffrey Epstein not look like a pedophile rapist. And that's what Steve Bannon was trying to do for this guy, and that comes out in the files as well.
That's good. That's great. That's good to hear. I mean, he's not. He's really not a pedophile rapist. He was just a philanthropist that was caught on the wrong side of the law, and I mean, what are you gonna do?
In every other video I've seen of him talk, though, it's been in short segments. It's never been full like that. But he's never sounded so Jewy ever in his whole life. In that interview, I swear it's like he's trying to put it on. Or if there's like, I don't know if there's other Jews in the room, he's like a chameleon. He fucking tries to blend into the habitat.
I know, he enters like a Hollywood entertainment type of mood.
Dude, you have to just check it out sometime.
I mean, I've seen the clips from, I'm guessing, is the Bannon interview. I've seen a bunch of clips from it, and yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. He does sound from the Levant. He does sound like a Middle Eastern.
And then he ends it by asking him, like, "So are you the devil?" And then he fucking gives some gay ass response. I can't even remember what he says, but I was not.
He didn't like the response. He gives some gay ass response.
I don't know. I wasn't interested in Epstein. He just did not seem like he had his shit put together. He seemed like fucking a very dumb, he seemed like he got put into an easy situation in his life and never got tested at all, and just became just kind of
the man just threw parties with underage women to blackmail people. Let's not glaze him too much.
It's not a very...
All of his money was not earned. It was just given to him.
It's not a very complicated way to get billions of dollars. It's probably one of the easiest ways that any billionaire, like a lot of people that got that type of money had to fucking...
At the end of the day, he's just a cover for the deeper, for these organizations. These secret organizations that we're not going to talk about, that are good people.
a lot of billionaires actually had to make a lot of people think that they're not slaves while forcing them into slavery, basically, through a lack of options, through poverty. If that makes
Why
sense.
just be quiet about the Jeffrey Epstein files and pay your taxes, please? And thank you.
I think just being realistic here is something that can actually be implemented. Once you have over a certain net worth, you have to clarify that on your taxes. You have some type of capital gains tax where the people who have made all this money, like you can use Elon Musk as the best example. He's able to compound his money so much because he never has to pay taxes on his Tesla stock because it's just ownership in his company. And those shares just over time keep growing and growing without him ever selling, and then he uses debt to fund all of his purchases, and then he uses that stock options, those stocks, those assets as collateral on those loans. So that's how you get out of paying taxes, is you just let it grow over time. He will have a giant tax bill if he ever sells Tesla, but he's just going to die, and then it's going to be transferred into one of his fucking 17 kids or however many he has at this point. I don't know what the fucking plan is for that, but that's fucking, whenever he dies, who knows? He's probably a fucking chameleon. He's gonna live to be 200 years old.
Freeze his head, put it on a robot Tesla body.
He will.
He's gonna turn himself into a car.
He's gonna make he's gonna make a Tesla transformer, and he's going to implement his own mind into a Tesla transformer.
That'd be sweet. I can't wait until Elon Musk is just an AI president. Elon Musk is a cyborg president.
And it's like the iRobot movie where he just has a giant army of robots where you just can't do anything about it because he just has infinite soldiers in his army, basically. He can manufacture more than you can blow up with your fucking...
Imagine being so annoying you can't even go to the pedophile island.
Dude, he would have gotten blackmailed too, is the funny thing. Like, if Elon wasn't so lame, he would have gotten blackmailed by Epstein. And then Elon tries to play it off like, no, I actually just denied him over and over again. He was begging me to go to the island.
He was begging me to go to the island. I turned him down.
He's like, dude, please send me to your wildest party. I want to go so bad. And Epstein's like, no, I have other plans in New York, unfortunately. Oh, another time, maybe.
Have you seen, I forget the rapper, but have you seen the rapper? He's doing an interview and he was like, did you ever get a scholarship for football? He was like, yeah, I got a scholarship. It was from... He doesn't even remember the college it was from. He's just capping out of his ass. He's lying about the whole thing. He was like, I got offered like 15 million.
Yeah, I remember
that. He goes down to 10 million, and he goes 5 million, and then the interviewer stops like, whoa, stop. You got offered 5 million to play football, and you turned it down. And he said, yeah, I turned it down. What are we doing here?
Straight cap.
Right, just lying through your teeth. What are you talking about?
My favorite part of all the documents, though, is Jeffrey Epstein blackmailing Bill Gates, being like, hey, we could tell your wife about that Russian prostitute that gave you that STD, and then, oh yeah, didn't you want some STD medication from me so you could secretly give it to your wife and get rid of her STD?
Right, now that is crazy. It's such a crazy thing to drop from a guy like Bill Gates, that little chicken-headed bastard.
Dude, the richest person on the planet, just the fucking top 3 up there, just one of the most powerful people on the planet getting blackmailed.
He has to sneak his wife STD medication.
Dude, and that didn't get redacted. One of the most powerful people on the planet couldn't get that redacted out of this drop. It got released to the public like that. That's crazy. And then his wife ends up divorcing him. A lot of it having to do with his Epstein involvement that he lied about over the years, and a lot of cheating going on with probably underage women.
Bill just got on the bad side of the fucking Club of Rome.
Yeah,
He's kicked out.
The redactions are so sloppy too that just sometimes they redact the victim's name, then on the next page the same victim, their name will be there, so it's like you can clearly see that this is the victim in that last thing too, where she's getting mouth fucked by Donald Trump. That's clearly Jennifer, where he didn't redact it on the next page.
Yeah, no, and then Bill and Hillary need to testify in a House investigation on the Epstein files. We just see Bill smiling in a Jumpman quarter zip.
There's no way.
Underage woman.
There's no way it's not like clone number 17 of Bill Clinton at this point showing up to testify. There's no way that's OG Bill Clinton.
Dude, I don't know anything about that. He does look pretty fucking old at this point, but just the pictures of him are just so funny. He was just always such a fucking horn dog. I mean, you just gotta give it to the man. He stayed true to what he is. Him chilling with that Jumpman quarter zip. I love it. Rocking the brawn.
I am a married man, but Hillary Clinton's one of the most prime examples of why I never get married. Because you look at that just toit body whenever she's fucking 25, 30, and then you just see how downhill she's gotten. But I would hate to look at that old broad at this age. I would cheat on her too.
She was a bad bitch back in her day, but yeah, no, it couldn't keep Bill down. You know him. Fuck.
Yeah, I have a feeling he was cheating either way. I feel like they do some weird sex parties that make
dude,
make ditty parties
dude,
just go to shame.
These rich people, if you don't know debauchery, people, our night of debauchery is maybe drinking too much and going
And we're back with another episode of Before You Buy, that show where we give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. Today we're talking about Hytale. This is a big deal because this has been a project since like 2015. So Minecraft modder developers got together to make something a little different, and publisher Riot got in on funding it. I guess as sort of like a Minecraft competitor or alternative. 2015 feels like forever ago, but a lot of people were looking forward to this and following this project for a long time, and now it is actually finally here. So the game was bought by Riot, but then they eventually canceled that summer of last year. But then the original founder of the project got it back and got the rights to it, and now the game is out in early access. They were pretty upfront about how early access this really is, and their website warns casual players that this thing just isn't finished yet. Still, with this thing being so long in the works and it having a lot of dedicated fans excited about the ambition for a long time, we really just figured it was time to take a quick look at it. So you purchase it through their official site and download the game through a launcher. There are different kinds of early access tiers with different perks you can buy into, but generally you get access to the main feature sets either way. And while, yes, this is very early access still, you can really see the ambition and the potential here. It really does feel like a true Minecraft successor in a lot of ways. A slightly different vibe, sure, but like a visual feast, smooth, satisfying movement and animations, some light RPG mechanics, super in-depth crafting, combat, and a lot of stuff that is still in the works. I'll be honest, I've only been able to like scratch the surface through some solo play, just like doing a little adventuring. Like this is just like my raw, unresearched reaction jumping in after quite a few hours. But I've liked what I've seen so far, and I feel like that Minecraft survival loop addiction really came back and hit me real quick after all these years away from playing that. So it certainly is unfinished. It clearly needs more, but it feels like it's a good foundation. So you create a server and you drop it. There's nothing to it.
I'm looking into Hytale. So far, I don't know. Seems doomed.
Really, like no onboarding.
So they said that. So the game was supposed to be built by Riot. Riot bought the rights, and Riot was working on it for the last 4 years. But then Riot. Yes, Riot was running it into the ground for the last 4 years. And then Riot literally just dumped it and said there's nothing that can be done, and they've given up on it. And now they have the original person who sold it to Riot is now using the 4-year-old. What's released is the 4-year-old play build that was a demo for Riot 4 years ago, and now they're going from there.
Just spawning and starting in this temple, and then you open up the front doors of the temple, and you are smacked in the face with this vibrant, detailed, blocky world. Flowers and bushes swaying in the breeze, long draw distances where you can see different biome types, a really detailed skybox glows with the sun, atmospheric effects, birds and butterflies flying around, ambient lighting. It really does have a lot of like wow factor right out of the gate. And I'm surprised they could get me with that, like with my cynical ass. We've seen, Minecraft modded up the wazoo. We've seen Minecraft with RTX lighting, but this really just feels like a different thing. And I opened those doors and I was like, damn, it literally felt like, when you're first revealed to the open world in a Bethesda game, like a Fallout or an Elder Scrolls, when you finally come out of that first dungeon and you see everything in front of you. Hytale manages to have that effect. And the game itself is essentially maximalist Minecraft. There's just a lot more of everything. when you punch a tree and you get wood, turns out there's a bunch of different types of wood you can get. There's a bunch of different types of stone you can get that allow you to craft all different types of stuff, different levels of detail, color, all complemented by a bunch of different styles of workbenches you can build to build different things. There are really long loops and long chains of crafting progression here right out of the gate. It is really impressive just how much stuff they have. If you want to be super decorative, like obviously I only was able to build my regular basic cabin because I wanted to get out there and adventure, but the level of detail you can add to environments is pretty staggering. Just like kind of giving a spin, giving a look through the crafting options, there's a lot. That also comes down to tools and weapons, multiple different tiers and levels of all the tools and stuff like that. It just means there is a lot to do, a lot to grind through if you like this type of stuff. Building is pretty easy, pretty straightforward. It works how it usually does in these types of games. And it has a little option to rotate things, little useful quality of life features here and there that I really enjoyed, but I was able to build stuff pretty quickly, and you may have heard that the game is buggy or glitchy. Building stuff is where I first started to encounter some of those visual glitches. The roof I built over my house resulted in a lot of weird visual texture flickering that kind of made my house look a little crappier than it should have, which was a bummer, but small things like that. The map is really big. It only shows you some of it at the start, but you're free to wander and do whatever you want. But it makes sense to wander close because you can very easily quickly find a portal to this kind of optional area with this civilization. Here, it is very much work in progress. This little hub world you can teleport to generally looks like it's set up for a lot of questing, dealing with NPCs, dealing with vendors and shops and stuff like that, cashing things in. But as of right now, almost all of that is covered with under construction signs. You get to see and interact with essentially two types of like NPC vendor mob guys where you can trade some stuff. But as of right now, this whole thing is kind of underwhelming. But at least in this area, you do get access to this magical statue that you click on, and you can cash in memories here. So the way you unlock new crafting recipes and gears is through collecting these memories. These are like mob memories. So
okay. It doesn't hurt. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We are fully independent and personally committed to funding Hightail for the next 10 years. Oh, I don't know. It says they have 30 developers, though. I don't. Well, it says they rehired all the people from Riot. It said they rehired 30 of the people that were originally working on it. I know. Windows, Linux, Mac will be attempted. Ten-year personal funding commitment. No investors or publishers. Yeah, I'm just built for it. I might have my phone open, my computer open, my laptop open, just surfing Twitter, ready for the hot takes. No, that's fair. I guess. Yeah, maybe that's true. I'm gonna tell Joey that talked me out of it, guys. I love Minecraft. I wish we would. People in your fucking mod packs. I like vanilla Minecraft over that last shit we played. That fucking shit was horrible. The one with the fucking gravity and shit. Yeah, whatever that thing. Remember, you'd mine a block and then 7 blocks would fall in its place? Yeah. Oh my god. Like, I actually liked the... It would have been... If that was, like, how the... Like, the crafting and shit, I think that was cool. But the fucking gravity and, like... The rest of the shit was fucking dog shit. Because you couldn't build a base. I mean, that was the whole problem. Like, it actually would have been cool to, like, have to, like, build a pit and then light the thing on fire and cook the fucking iron and make this to make that. I actually really like that part. But the problem was the fucking... I don't know. The crafting chain, I thought that was maybe the best crafting one we ever found. But it was everything else that was... Yeah. And then even, like, the tools were fucking dog shit. Like, I don't know. It was a pain. The tool smithing was fine, but the tools, like, didn't last. And then, like, you couldn't, like, really repair them. It was just weird. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just build it and then worry about the number part later. That's how I do it. Yeah, worry about the numbers later. You know? Yeah. I do too, but then somehow that never adds up right. What up? How's John Cena doing?
After 7 long years since its announcement, Hytale has finally arrived. Sure, it went through development hell and switched engines and owners back and forth, resulting in the game only being in an early access state, but after its original cancellation last year, this is probably the best case scenario. In fact, you could argue that the game getting cancelled and then bought back by the original owners is better for it than if it just launched normally a few years after being announced. I mean, that's some free publicity right there. Companies very rarely sell IPs that they own. They'd rather sit on them and do nothing instead of getting money out of them one way or another. And it's even more rare that a company will sell an IP back to whoever they initially bought it from in the first place. However, the trade-off for the game's complicated situation is that it is very unfinished. Hytale is running on the game's original engine, the one Riot basically dumped into the trash shortly after acquiring the game to rebuild the entire thing with a brand new engine from scratch. What this means is that there was very little progress made on this version of Hytale after the Riot acquisition. When Simon was just toying around with the idea of trying to reacquire Hytale, he promised that if it were to happen, he'd push the game out in early access as soon as physically possible so people wouldn't have to add 2 or 3 years to the 7 they've already spent waiting for the game. And that brings us to today. As soon as physically possible has happened, and the developers have warned us countless times that the game is a buggy, broken, unfinished mess. But speaking from experience, people tend to be very hypercritical of their own work. So today we're gonna see if the game is really as bad as the devs say it is, and spoiler alert, while you can absolutely tell that Hytale is in very early access, just the foundations for the game that are already here have exceeded most people's expectations. Now, before we get into it, if you've clicked on this video because you saw Hytale and bad in the same sentence and you're here to defend the game, I assure you that's not necessary. We're on the same side here. I already love this game for what's in it today, as well as the incredible amounts of potential that it has. This video is more to give people who are interested in the game an idea of what they're getting into, as well as hear from people who've already played the game what their thoughts are on it. That's a subtle hint for you guys to write a comment telling me what you think of the game. Now, I'm going to talk about all the good things about the game first, just in case you don't believe me when I say I love this game. Starting with the lack of bugs, or I guess specifically the lack of game-breaking bugs. Sure, sometimes enemy animations bug out or the world gen gets a little quirky, but I've only seen one bug that's ruined the flow of the game in my 30-ish hours of playing. Basically, the entire world froze like I lost internet connection in a multiplayer game. I could move around, but I couldn't build or break blocks. Mobs didn't move, and chunks didn't load. But I easily fixed it by loading up a backup of the world, which, by the way, the game automatically creates backups of your world, which was a very nice feature to learn about. So yeah, other than that one time, I haven't experienced any severe bugs or even crashed once. Another good thing about the game is that there's already an implemented progression system with different tiers of gear and workbenches that give you a reason to go out and explore all the areas of the game. Now, technically, you can skip them, but if you're not doing that, then you've got a solid 20 to 30 hours of playtime to go from creating a new world to getting the strongest gear. And that time doesn't feel like it's artificially inflated specifically to make you play the game longer either, because there are some games that do that on purpose. Okay, this one is a little subjective, but I've had friends agree with me on this, so I'm gonna treat it as a fact. Breaking blocks feels satisfying, which is a very important feature to have in a block game. Both chopping down trees and mining ores gives my brain happy chemicals, which is probably one of the reasons I'm already addicted to this game. Like seriously, it's taking a lot of willpower here to make this video instead of just playing more Hytale. Now, another subjective positive is the combat. Some people aren't the biggest fans of it, but I like it, and for an early access game, it could absolutely be way worse than it is. I think the best way to describe it is, if you've ever played Skyrim, it's like Skyrim's combat, but covered in butter. It's very smooth and flowy. Some enemies have better AI than others right now, and I feel like when you're fighting a smarter enemy, the combat really clicks more, instead of just keep swinging at it until it dies. So I'm sure as they improve enemy AI and balance weapon damage, it'll only get better. Let's see, what else is there? Oh yeah, they've pretty much nailed movement. So, you know how in most block games, if you want to go up a single block, you have to jump? So if you happen to be going up a mild incline, you're going to be pressing the spacebar a lot. Well, you can say goodbye to that in Hytale, because here, you can just smoothly climb up a block by walking into it. Admittedly, this took a little bit of getting used to, but I've come around to it. It's nowhere near as jarring and annoying as Minecraft's auto jump. It's a quick but smooth transition, and if you really don't like it, you can just turn it off in the settings anyways. Now when it does come to actually jumping, you can jump up 2 blocks instead of 1. Combine that with the mantling mechanic, which lets you grab a ledge up to 4 blocks tall, and you can quickly scale mountains and steep cave tunnels with ease. You can also roll when you hit the ground in order to reduce fall damage or even maintain some of your momentum, which helps with bunny hopping around with the weapon movement abilities. Now, the last major good thing I'm going to talk about, and there's plenty of smaller good things that I'll let you discover yourself, is the game's audio. Many early access games don't even have fully implemented sounds, let alone music. Hytale, on the other hand, has an entire OST courtesy of Oscar Garvin. Now, maybe it's just because I've been hearing the music with Hytale footage in the background for 7 years now, but it just feels like it fits perfectly with the game's aesthetic. Outside of music, there's the sound of blocks breaking, which I think is a big contributor to why it's addicting to mine ores and chop down trees. There's also the sound that workbenches make, which help add to immersion. Furnaces even make a little noise to tell you that they're done smelting. Although there's currently no way to label chests right now, you might annoy your friends if you start combing through every single chest in your base looking for one specific thing. Alright, now on to the bad stuff. But really quickly before that, if you've made it this far through the video and have enjoyed, or if this is the second or third video of mine you've seen, because I know there's thousands of you, then consider subscribing, it would mean a lot. Now before I start talking about any of this stuff, I'm gonna remind you that problems like these come with the territory of an early access game. And to some people, that's even part of their charm. I'm simply bringing them up so that you can decide whether these hurdles are worth jumping to play Hytale this early on, as well as to raise awareness for those who've already played the game and don't know every single thing that it's still missing right now. But remember, if any of this stuff deters you from the game, bear in mind that the developers are very aware of pretty much everything I'm about to talk about, and they plan to add, fix, or change them. My personal biggest issue with the game right now is that there is currently no implementation of taming or breeding animals. Farm animals do exist, and you can interact with them in the ways that you'd think, like milking cows and shearing sheep, but you can't breed them, and the animals that spawn as babies literally never age. They have eternal youth right now. Since you can't breed the animals, but you need a ridiculous amount of leather to craft gear and upgrade workbenches, your only option is to devastate the local ecosystem. You also currently can't tame horses. You can ride them, but the second you get off, they're gonna bolt away in fear because it's technically still a wild horse. So unless you plan on always having enough fences to keep the horse contained with you wherever you go, it's just not worth even bothering with the horses right now. This leads us to the second problem: transportation. Currently, the only methods of transportation are horses, which I just talked about why those are inconvenient. Minecarts, while expensive to set up, are technically fast, but you can only go to places you've already been. Portals, which have the same problem as minecarts, where you need to have already been to your destination at least once. And finally, walking/bee hopping. So unless you want to deal with your horse running away from you all the time, the only method of travel to a new location that you've never been to before that's faster than just sprinting is bee hopping. Don't get me wrong, bee hopping is some cool movement tech, but if I'm going halfway across the map, I'd much rather just hold W instead of perfectly timing charge attacks, jumps, and slides the entire way there. Now, the distance between most places you'll be heading to aren't unbearable, as you can probably cross most of the spawn continent in around 5 minutes with just sprinting. But my biggest gripe with the transportation problem is that there's currently no boats, and every single instance of the devastated lands are islands. This wouldn't be a problem if I could get everything I need on just one island, but that brings me to the next item on the bad list: the devastated lands. You can absolutely tell that this zone is the least developed of the 4 currently in the game, which is understandable because, as far as I'm aware, when the current dev team got their hands on the game, they initially thought that Zone 4 only existed as a concept. It wasn't until a few days later that they found an instance of it on one of the branches and brought it over to the main one. Don't get me wrong, I love the aesthetic of the zone, from the volcanoes and wastelands up top down to the massive center-of-the-earth inspired jungles underground. But for what's technically considered the game's endgame area, for now anyways, there's not a whole lot to do there. The main reason to go there, of course, is for the current best gear in the game, adamantite, which apparently has some inconsistent generation for people. I've had some friends step foot onto the island and they suddenly have multiple stacks of the stuff in around 10 minutes. Meanwhile, I've completely scoured 3 different Zone 4 islands, and you know how many veins of adamantite I found? 1. That's the main reason I brought up boats, by the way, because going from island to island takes ages when you have to swim the entire way there. But ignoring adamantite, what else can you do in Zone 4? Well, you can loot structures and fight some of the strongest enemies the game has to offer. But the mobs on the island are almost exclusively enemies and they spawn everywhere, so it's unlikely most people will end up deciding to build a base there. Of course, you can build one down in the jungle because of how beautiful it is there, but beauty is really the only thing the jungle has going for it right now. From my experience, ores don't really generate down there, and while Slothian prefabs seem to generate, the Slothmen themselves don't seem to spawn, at least from what I've seen and heard. Same goes with dinosaurs as well, so it's just a massive piece.
You might be asking yourself, is Hytale worth the $20 price tag? It's so cute! Is Hytale just a mobile Minecraft clone? Is there anything even cool in this game? Are there any cool unique enemies? What about cool natural structures? What about good music? What about adorable animals that actually interact with you? Maybe cool building blocks to build your base with? Or what about a storage system that automatically lets you stack blocks in a chest? Well, this game has all of that. I've dumped about 50 hours into Hytale in the last week, and have to say it's one of the most enjoyable sandbox experiences that I've got to experience so far. As in any sandbox block game, the only limits are your imagination. Oh, also they have a full-fledged modding community already as well, with hundreds of mods. So download and buy Hytale today. By the way, I'm not endorsed by them either, at all. They probably have no idea who I am. You might be asking yourself, is Hytale...
Picture yourself at Magic Kingdom. Let's say Wednesday, September 13th, 2017 to be exact. It's a relatively light day in terms of crowds, during the typical slow season. You check wait times at 12:30 p.m. and see plenty of choices of what you could ride next. You can get on Space Mountain in 20 minutes, Haunted Mansion in 15 minutes, or Pirates of the Caribbean in 10 minutes. The average wait time across the whole park is just 22 minutes. You get on plenty of rides, enjoy a couple of snacks, watch the parade and fireworks show, and make your way back to the hotel. It's everything you wanted, and you had an amazing time. Fast forward 8 years later to the same Wednesday in 2025, September 10th. You check wait times at 12:30 p.m. and now see Space Mountain is posting a 35-minute wait. Haunted Mansion, 45 minutes, and Pirates of the Caribbean, 35 minutes. The average wait time for the day has now drifted up to 29 minutes, an increase of about 32%. You try to get a snack, but the lines are incredibly long. You struggle to find a decent spot to watch the parade, and you end up skipping the fireworks because you don't want to get caught up in the crowd trying to make your way back to the bus loop. The day was stressful and overwhelming, definitely not how you remember it. So, big deal. The parks have gotten more popular and, as a result, more crowded, right? Well, not exactly. For one, you can do this with numerous other days across a similar span of years with different parks and get very comparable results. And if we look at annual attendance data, well, it's actually still lower than the pre-pandemic highs. Magic Kingdom saw about 17.84 million visitors in 2025. Compared to 20.45 million in 2017, a decrease of just under 13%. So, we have over 2.5 million less visitors coming to the park, but we aren't experiencing lower waits. It's only logical to think that if attendance drops, the park should feel more empty. But it doesn't. In fact, if you've been to the parks over the past few years, you might notice that it feels more packed than ever, despite the numerous articles citing how far attendance has dropped. So, what happened? Sometime back in 2020, you might recall a certain global event that shut everything down. When the parks reopened, they introduced the park reservation system, a system that required you to make a reservation to enter the park, even if you held a day ticket or an annual pass. This system was expected to be temporary while the parks went through a phased reopening. However, years later, the mechanics of the reservation system remained the foundation of their operation. Even though date-based tickets technically don't need a separate booking anymore, the data collection is exactly the same. You tell them exactly when you are coming, and they staff accordingly. This reservation system gives Disney a very accurate number of guests that will attend each park in a given day. While they have always had an idea based on historical data, ticket sales, hotel bookings, and dining reservations, they were never as accurate as they were with the park reservation system. This allows them to change how they staff the park. In the old days, Disney staffed for a potential busy day just in case. If fewer people showed up, you got lucky. You got a slow day, with full staff and empty lines. Now, if the reservation data shows attendance will be lower than expected, they don't just give you a slow day, they cut the labor to match the crowd. They might schedule fewer security guards, fewer bus drivers, run less ride vehicles, only use a single load station, and staff less cashiers at quick service restaurants and retail locations. Back in September 2021, at the Goldman Sachs Communicopia conference, former CEO Bob Chapek called the reservation system the backbone of our yield management strategy. Yield management is a term used to describe a variable pricing strategy centered on understanding, anticipating, and influencing consumer behavior to maximize revenue from a fixed perishable resource. This is the exact same business model used by airlines and hotels. Think about booking a flight. The airline has a fixed number of seats. They use algorithms to adjust prices and capacity in real time based on bookings and searches for those flights. If demand is low, they don't just fly a half-empty plane and lose money. They might consolidate flights or use a smaller aircraft to save on fuel and crew costs. Disney is applying this same airline logic to its theme parks, and Chapek was pretty open about it. The goal isn't exactly to fill the park, it's to ensure they never waste money on operational expenses. But staffing is only part of the problem. There are numerous other changes that the parks went through that make the experience far worse for guests and much more shareholder-focused. Over the last decade, investment has been poured almost exclusively into high-yield assets. We've seen an explosion in bed capacity, almost exclusively deluxe category or DVC resorts aside from a few outliers. The Grand Destino Tower, the Riviera Resort, the new Polynesian Tower, and now the new Lakeshore Lodge. More rooms means more people on property, and DVC, which is essentially a timeshare program, encourages a lot more return visitors staying for potentially weeks at a time. And while they were building all of these new resorts, they neglected to pour the same investment into the infrastructure required to move these people around. The bus loops are congested, and some resorts are now combined into one bus route instead of getting their own unique route. If you're paying the insane premium to stay at the Grand Floridian, you're now sharing a bus with the Polynesian, plus the new 268-room DVC tower. The monorails were never expanded beyond the original resorts, and were never intended to house the Polynesian Tower, Bay Lake Tower, and the Grand Floridian DVC expansion. We do now have the Skyliner, which was an important addition that connects some of the highest density resorts on property to both Epcot and Hollywood Studios. However, it replaced a large number of buses that used to move guests between these properties. And crucially, unlike a bus, the Skyliner shuts down if the wind is too high or during lightning, which is certainly not a rare occurrence in Florida summers, or it might shut down for various other unknown reasons. And since the Skyliner was built as a replacement to buses rather than an expansion, when the Skyliner shuts down, guests now have to flood to the bus stops that are no longer staffed to handle them. But if you don't want to deal with overcrowding on the free transportation, Disney introduced a paid solution: minivans. Instead of waiting 45 minutes for the bus, you can now pay upwards of $50 or more for a private ride. Monetization of the problem that they created. Now let's take a look inside the parks. If you walk through Tomorrowland today, you might unknowingly walk past the building that housed Stitch's Great Escape. It's been closed since 2018. Inside, there are two massive theaters capable of eating nearly 1,500 guests per hour. But for years, it's sat abandoned. We see the same thing at Epcot with the Wonders of Life Pavilion, an entire building that once housed two attractions, Body Wars and Cranium Command, that now sits completely abandoned. That is, thousands of guests who could be indoors or experiencing attractions who are instead pushed back into the walkways. But even where they have built new rides, the majority of them have been replacing people eaters, which are long-duration, high-capacity attractions, with churn and burn experiences. Let's look at something that we'll call occupied guest minutes, a metric that calculates how well an attraction keeps guests actively engaged or entertained. The Great Movie Ride at Hollywood Studios was a 22-minute experience, with a capacity roughly of 2,200 guests per hour. That building generated roughly 48,400 occupied minutes every single hour. That is 48,000 minutes that guests were air-conditioned, entertained, and crucially not standing in a walkway, in another queue, inside a shop, or waiting for their food at a restaurant. Its replacement, Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, is now a more popular ride, although it's only a 5-minute experience. Even if it has the same throughput of 2,200 guests per hour, it only generates roughly 12,000 occupied minutes per hour. That is a 75% reduction in the building's ability to hold crowds. By swapping the ride, they dumped the equivalent of 30,000 minutes worth of occupied entertainment back into the park every single hour. And because of its more modern trackless ride system, downtime occurs a lot more frequently than its older predecessors due to their extremely fragile and complex systems. So its capacity of 2,200 riders per hour is likely a generous overstatement. We see a similar pattern at Epcot. Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind replaced the Universe of Energy. Now, to be fair, the Universe of Energy wasn't exactly hitting capacity during its final years, but structurally, it was a 45-minute attraction with a capacity of 2,400 riders per hour. Guardians is a 3-minute roller coaster, and while Guardians is a massive hit, it doesn't hold people. Instead of eating crowds inside the ride for nearly an hour, it eats crowds by forcing them to stand in a waiting queue, or for years after it opened, waiting for a virtual queue return time. The guests are still occupied, sure, but they're occupied by simply waiting instead of being entertained. Similar things are happening in Magic Kingdom, where Cars Land is replacing Tom Sawyer Island in the Rivers of America, and at Animal Kingdom, where Tropical Americas is replacing Dino Land USA. While these areas of the parks were by no means popular, they still played an important role in offering an immediate zero-wait escape or less popular attractions where people could go and relieve pressure from other areas of the park. By swapping them out for massive headliners, Disney is triggering a phenomenon urban planners call induced demand. The new Cars and Indiana Jones attractions will undeniably draw a massive influx of guests who are there specifically to see the new attraction, but those guests don't just disappear after the ride is done. They spill over into the rest of the park, flooding the walkways and inflating the wait times for everything else. And it's not just rides. We've been seeing an overall reduction in entertainment capacity. For years, Magic Kingdom had interactive games like Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom and the Frontierland Shooting Arcade. Epcot had Agent P's World Showcase Adventure. These games cost nothing and required no line. Thousands of guests could spend hours walking around, solving puzzles, or doing other various tasks. They were occupied, entertained, and crucially, not in a ride queue. When these were shut down, it forced guests to the remaining attractions still open. And these are just some of the many examples of zero-wait entertainment options that were removed and replaced with nothing in return. This makes the park feel more crowded, not because there are more people, but because the infrastructure designed to hold those people has now been dismantled. So the park is understaffed, and the physical capacity to hold guests has been reduced. How does Disney manage the flow of all these people? Well, one of their solutions was to outsource the work. If you've been to a quick service restaurant recently, you might have noticed that the physical registers are often almost entirely unstaffed. Labor is being cut to encourage you to use the My Disney Experience app to place a mobile order. Operationally, this is brilliant for Disney. They effectively have reduced their cashiering staff to the bare minimum. You are the cashier now. You are the one entering your order, processing the payment, and managing the timing for when you pick it up. But while this saves the company on labor costs, it creates more unmanaged crowds. Because sometimes you can't enter the restaurant until your food is ready, and now dozens of people are now clustered around staring at their screens, blocking the flow of traffic. And now, with the introduction of Lightning Lane, ride queues have also gone digital. When you wait in a standby queue today and it stops moving for 5 to 10 minutes at a time, you're dealing with Lightning Lane guests merging in front of you. Estimates suggest the ratio could be as high as 10 to 1. That means, for every one standby guest they let through, they could potentially let 10 more Lightning Lane guests in front of you. You are essentially waiting for an invisible crowd of people who are cutting in front of you digitally. Even if the number of people in the queue is low, the speed of the queue has been artificially throttled to prioritize the people who paid extra. And this forces a behavioral shift. Because the only way to beat the crowds is to use the app, guests are no longer looking at the park. They're looking at their phones, with their attention fixed on refreshing a screen to catch the next lightning lane, virtual queue drop, or placing their mobile orders. This creates much more traffic friction than necessary. People stop abruptly in the middle of thoroughfares, or the flow of the park becomes sluggish. It's much more difficult to enjoy the parks as intended because you are forced to stare at a phone app all day to get basic things done. So, how are they getting away with all of the changes that make the park experience measurably worse for the average guest? Well, Disney has effectively shifted its focus to customers who are willing to pay for the privilege of skipping the friction that they created. And when you pay, the flaws become far less noticeable. During an earnings call in August 2022, Disney executives infamously referred to an unfavorable attendance mix at Disneyland. To a normal person, a park full of annual pass holders who visit every week sounds like a success. To Disney, that is unfavorable, because those guests don't buy hotels and they don't buy as much merchandise. More recently, in November 2023, Disney CFO Hugh Johnston told investors that the company's core consumer tends to be at the higher income deciles, and those consumers continue to do well. They aren't trying to fix the middle class affordability problem, they are solving it simply by replacing the middle class with a wealthier customer base. And we see this clearly with the removal of extra magic hours. For decades, extra magic hours was the great equalizer. It didn't matter if you were staying at the Grand Floridian for $1,000 a night or All-Star Sports for $100 a night. If you stayed on property, you got to stay in Magic Kingdom until 2 a.m. It was a perk for everyone. Today, that system is gone. It has been replaced by a two-tier class system. Now, the average guest, staying at a value or moderate resort, are restricted to early theme park entry, a meager 30-minute head start in the morning. But the extended evening hours, those 2-hour blocks at night where the park is actually empty, are now exclusively reserved for guests staying at deluxe resorts, who also still get in 30 minutes early as well. They took a benefit that used to be free for all resort guests and put it behind a $1,000 a night paywall. Or alternatively, you can choose to pay the full cost of a daytime ticket to visit the parks at night for 3 hours after they close during one of their after-hour events. Your choice. According to a 2024 analysis by the Wall Street Journal, the typical cost of a Disney World vacation has risen nearly 40% faster than inflation since 2019. They know that this prices people out. That is the point. If you replace 2 low-yield families with 1 high-yield family, you make more money with fewer bodies in the park. And that explains mostly everything we've talked about thus far. Why cut bus capacity? Because the high-yield guest takes a minivan. Why cut ride capacity? Because the high-yield guest buys Lightning Lane. You may have even noticed a shift in the vibe of the parks. There's less streetmosphere, no citizens of Hollywood anymore at Hollywood Studios, but there sure are a lot more places to buy an alcoholic beverage. Notice how many new bars have opened in the last few years? Geo 82 was built in the area that was intended to house the cancelled Spaceship Earth expansion. The Perch in the Grand Floridian lobby was built, which eliminated the ability for the annual gingerbread house to be placed in the hotel's lobby while it was under construction. And Magic Kingdom, which was dry for nearly 40 years, now serves alcohol in every table service restaurant, and opened its first fully dedicated bar, the Beacon Barrel. Even the new snack kiosk in Toy Story Land will sell you a Jack and Coke for $16. Is this because Andy is 30 now and he needs a drink too? In the hospitality industry, alcohol typically garners an 80% profit margin, the highest of almost any item on a menu. Compare that to a ride. The Spaceship Earth expansion would have cost millions to build, continues to cost millions to operate, and generates zero direct revenue per hour. It is a negative margin asset. A cocktail, on the other hand, costs $2 to make and sells for $18, and keeps a guest occupied for 45 minutes while they sit in a lounge. From a yield management perspective, a bar is infinitely more valuable than a ride and far cheaper to keep popping them up wherever there's space. There is now even an annual holiday event, Jollywood Nights over at Hollywood Studios, which is an event primarily marketed towards an older demographic, with an emphasis put on the many different alcoholic beverages that are unique to the event. This signals a quiet but massive shift in Disney's strategy, the adultification of the parks. They are slowly pivoting away from the budget family demographic and towards the high-yield adult demographic. There is one final piece to the puzzle, and this one isn't exactly Disney's fault or even a problem exclusive to Disney. It's our fault, and maybe even I'm partially to blame. We're now living in the era of the Disney bubble, manufactured daily by vloggers, influencers, and TikTok creators. Social media has fundamentally changed how we visit the parks. 10 years ago, you explored. You wandered into a shop, you found a snack you liked, and you moved on. Today, the vacation is pre-optimized. Before a guest even steps foot on property, they have watched hours of content telling them exactly where to eat, where to stay, and what to buy. Thousands of people aren't just visiting Epcot, they're all trying to replicate the exact same viral itinerary that they saw on Instagram. Take, for example, the Figment popcorn bucket. Back in 2022, people waited in line for nearly 7 hours to buy a popcorn bucket. Did plenty of people want the popcorn bucket? Sure. But was it worth a 7-hour wait? Of course not. But social media continues to create an artificial demand for these types of products. We see the same thing at Gideon's Bakehouse. It is, in my opinion, a very good cookie. You might have your own opinion about it. But is it a wait in a virtual queue for 4 hours good cookie? No, of course not. But because every thumbnail on YouTube screams you need to try this, it artificially inflates the demand for specific items while other perfectly good options sit empty or underutilized. And this brings us to the toxic positivity issue of vloggers and social media personalities. To maintain media access, get invited to free hosted events, and to keep the algorithm promoting their content, many creators sell a version of the parks that simply doesn't exist. They sell the best day ever. They are encouraged to basically lie to their viewers. They film their incredibly expensive cocktail in the perfectly lit lounge, but they edit out the 45 minutes that they spent sweating in the sun until it was their turn to get in. They'll show a perfectly cropped frame of an area of the park, then them getting on their favorite ride, not the congested, abysmally hot reality of a Friday afternoon. And this just sets up the average guest for failure. When a family saves up for several years to visit, expecting the idealized version of Disney World that they sell on TikTok, and are instead met with the yield management reality we've discussed in this video, the friction feels 10 times worse. They feel crowded not just because of the lines, but because the reality contrasts so much with the expectation. And it absolutely doesn't help that the flow of traffic is constantly disrupted by people monetizing your vacation, busy trying to capture the content that proves you can have a magical time, when in reality, it's just making things harder for everybody else. It's free advertising for Disney, monetarily beneficial for the creators, and bad for the average guest. And while this issue is by no means exclusive to Disney World, it certainly plays its part. So to conclude here, the parks are always crowded now because efficiency favors the shareholder, not the guest. You can still have an incredibly fun time if you manage your expectations correctly and plan accordingly. A lot has changed over the years, and to be fair, we are seeing some positive changes, as well as some of the COVID-era closures being reversed, albeit very slowly. But until the strategy shifts from yield back to capacity, the crowds are simply here to stay.
Last week,
Riot probably shouldn't have abandoned this project. Hytale's been popping off lately, so here's all you need to know about it. It's basically a block-based sandbox game with RPG combat elements, kind of a combination between Skyrim and Minecraft. But unlike Minecraft, Hytale doubles down hard on its fantasy exploration RPG elements. There are tons of different mobs, loot, and monsters to fight, all with generated caves, mountains, and temples to explore. And that's not to mention literally hundreds of mods to play, all community made within days of Hytale's launch. And this game has been doing numbers. Hytale pulled in 420,000 viewers on its early access launch day, and for a while, it was the most watched game on Twitch. Things are going so well for Hytale that just pre-purchases alone have funded the development of the game for at least the next 2 years. And it even hasn't launched on Steam yet. So what exactly does Riot Games have to do with Hytale? Well, the game started out in 2018 as an idea from Hypixel Studios, which announced it was going to debut the game in 2021. The hype caught Riot's attention, and they bought Hypixel in 2020, promising to be the ones to deliver Hytale. But the anticipated 2021 launch came and went, and in mid-2025, Riot officially canceled the game, even though it was in development for 7 years.
Are you serious right now, bro?
But Hytale's devs weren't gonna let their baby die. In November, they personally rebought Hytale from Riot, rehired former devs, and said they were going to launch it ASAP, rough edges and all. And the rest? Well, is history. Hytale's now being called a potential Minecraft killer and a generational fumble by Riot. Maybe Minecraft killer is a bit of hyperbole, but it's great to see a new challenger with a lot of potential entering the space. So, what do you think? Is Hytale just the flavor of the month, or will it find some long-term staying power? Let us know.
Joey won. Yeah.
Is true, Albus?
I'm afraid so, Professor.
I don't think so. No, he's not here. He'd be talking. Peter. No, he's it's all he does. That man has spent more money than I have of my money. All he does is spend my money. Excellent. Very good. Thank you. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, you got to get this drone fleet operating. You know, I thought that's what the whole thing with the aluminum was for. Okay. I wonder if you can ride drones, you know? Oh, it doesn't work. Is there a limit to how far they can go? I am, but are you taking my nitrogen? I mean, a train ride would be longer. Oh, yikes. Oh, so they go at different speed depending on the food. Oh, that is cool. That is cool. mean, I guess that would make sense. I mean, how much fuel does it take to go there and back? I mean, it might be fine. I mean, a stack is like 100. There's no way it takes 100, right? Yeah. Okay. Then they're going to their home bases. Okay. Yeah. Can't wait to. I want my skies to be clouded. I don't want to be able to see the sun. I want your drones to block out the sun. They're loud? I feel it's not going to take 100 fuel, and as long as it doesn't take 100 fuel to go there and back, it's probably fine just doing it from where you have it. Oh, okay. Yeah, then I mean, just make your central base all the way down there. That way it's easier. Yeah. And then everything can just run from there. I mean, it does, kind of. Oh, do you like draw the path where it goes? I wanted to send it. I wanted to see what it looked like. It actually fits perfectly with the I had for the thing. I was able to fit 3 drone cores. They look cool. Well, they're not doing anything immediately, but I mean, they're gonna deliver steel. What? Yeah, it looks really cool. Look, they even overhang a little bit, and it worked perfect for this tower. This was built first, and it just happened to perfectly fit. Yeah, because it blocks the antenna for the stink. That's what I built it up. Yeah, actually works out really good though. I like that, yeah. As no, you probably have to actually change it. Nice that. Oh yeah, well yeah, because I figured this one would be the one that needs to be. Project assembly. Watches. It's green. Black and green. I don't see it. It says customizer colors. Customizer. Oh, I see that. Yeah, it's just custom swatch. Edit. Oh, okay, I do see that. The red, rocket, agua, heavy, nitro, oxal. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. seeing shit. Yeah, I did have that problem when I was trying. That's why I gave up. I think, yeah. I just added in. I just increased the bandwidth on the. It was 60 minutes. Now I put it up to. Yeah, it does. It's not. It's not 270. It's more than 60. 16 by 6. So we're making 96 minutes. We're making 96 more of it.
to the casino. Who knows what the fuck that these people are doing? Actually, we do know what they're doing. We don't even need to talk about the Hillary Clinton spirit cooking.
I drank so much blood of children last night that I literally vomited blood the next morning.
What are you gonna do?
That's the type of parties they're getting into.
What are you gonna do?
We sacrificed so many chickens.
No, they're not sacrificing chickens. That's just something that you do in your backyard after a day at work. Come on now.
That's just something in the emails where they had to say it was a chicken, when in reality it was probably a 12-year-old boy.
It was just a Hillary Clinton staffer. Just talk. We're just shooting the shit about Moloch real quick at work. Come on now.
I've seen so much Pizzagate stuff where still all that same coding is being used in the Epstein files as well. They're using that same coding of pizza related stuff. They're talking about slicing pizza, and that's fucking scary whenever they're talking about it's clearly using code, and they're talking about, yeah, did you have fun slicing pizza? And it's like, that is not a what
should I play dominoes on pizza or pasta tonight?
They're making so many videos about so much stuff involving the Epstein files, and this is just the first couple days it's come out. I have no idea how they actually let this much stuff come out, because I thought they were just going to kick the can down the road and assume there wouldn't be a revolt, but maybe the Minnesota shit's scaring them enough to where they're actually... But this is still like 2 days or 2 months past the mandated court order by the time they're supposed to release everything, only redact victims' names, and they're still just releasing it, redacting so much stuff that's not actually victims' names. It's clear that they're redacting people who are involved.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just seems... If this is what they want you to know, then I don't even know what's going on in the files that aren't being released. It's just kind of a fucked situation. It's not a great look, and at the end of the day, nothing's going to change. There's not going to be any consequences for these people. It's not a sitcom.
If you need any more proof, though, about my theory with Alex Jones being compromised through the Sandy Hook stuff, and that's why he had to testify and basically not even try to plead that he was innocent during the Sandy Hook trial. That's why all this stuff happened with him. He's just compromised somehow.
His lawyer is sending the prosecutor evidence.
It's clear at this point, there's no denying it, that he is protecting Trump and this administration, who is clearly involved in this Epstein stuff. He's turned against the American people. He spent his whole life fighting for the cause that me and Sam are trying to fight for, trying to expose all that stuff. He spent his whole life doing the same thing, and now he's just turned into a shell of his former self. And it's really depressing, but I'm going to assume that there's just...
Whenever you get sued for $1 gazillion, then it's kind of a bad situation you find yourself in.
I'm going to assume he had no other choice. Like, I'm going to try to not hold it against him and figure that if I was in his situation, I might actually have to be put... They might have tested me so much that I get put into that same situation he does, because, like, he's done a lot for me. He's done a lot for the cause, and I'm not going to try to hold it against him. I'm gonna publicly forgive Alex Jones for lying about all the Sandy Hook stuff.
This just in Dylan is forgiving Alex Jones for everything. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a stark contrast from back in the day. Old Alex yelling about, we have to stop Israel from bombing everybody or we're going to get nuked. And then just nowadays where he just has to run the victory lap every day. I mean, if you're listening to Alex Jones nowadays every day, I mean, I would probably be a happy man. You think you're taking a dub every day.
It's the same fight that people get caught up in the mind virus. It's like, we got to own the libs. That's the whole fucking thing. That's what our like mindset of people get sucked into, is owning the libs. It's a left versus right type of thing. The liberals and the Democrats, they're fucking fags. They're retards. That we gotta own them. We gotta show videos of Steven Crowder fucking owning libs on college campuses. That's what fucking... We gotta watch compilations of that shit. Like, they don't actually realize that we're all the same people. We're all... We all should be teaming up together to fight the rich and try to make it more equal for everybody. If we had more equality involving classes...
Uh-oh.
I mean, revolution should have happened like 50 years ago, probably. After JFK got fucking blown in the head, we probably should have happened then. So, like, you know how they say, like, the best time to plant a tree is 30 years ago? The next best time is today? that type of shit.
I
Like,
like that.
revolution should have happened 50 years ago whenever JFK got blown in the head by Israel. But now we're paying for all of their war stuff, and we've given them fucking tens of billions of dollars over the past year.
These fuckers have socialized health care, and we can't get a goddamn thing going here.
We're like, look at our streets. If you want to go to any major city in the country, it's fucking impoverished.
Not saying that the socialized health care is perfect or anything, but I'm just pointing out that we're paying for Israel's war effort while they're getting fat and happy over there.
And we're paying for them to literally kill innocent women and children. We've killed so many innocent women and children with our tax dollars, and we have no choice.
For no benefit to us, by the way. Like, literally zero benefit. It would be one thing if you were getting anything out of it, if your gas prices were even being reduced by it, like with Venezuela. At least with Venezuela, you know, we run in there, quick regime change. Yeah, we're going to get the oil out of here. Sorry, guys. At the very least, the gas prices have gone down a little bit. We have some sort of measurable benefit. Like, but helping them, all I get is just hospitals being bombed. I don't understand what they want from us.
The devil's advocate is just that they're our strongest ally, and we want to have a strong presence in the Middle East. That's very important to us. We want to have a strong presence in the Middle East. It's like, what the fuck does that even mean?
I mean, what are we doing with Saudi Arabia? I mean, everybody knows that Saudi Arabia does terrible things, but we're still allies with them because they have a fuck ton of oil. And, I mean, it's worked out so far. But we're friends with the Jays over there strictly because of just how much of our political system is ran by. I mean, it's ridiculous. There's no measurable benefit for us being over there.
And this is going to be a controversial topic.
There's a controversial topic here, and who would have thought?
I think we should go after Greenland at this point. If you're going to go full dictator mode, we might as well just take Greenland. They can't defend themselves. We're the biggest fucking country. They have so much resources for us. We've already fucking went after Venezuela, done pure terrorism against another country for like no reason, basically. We should just do the same thing and take Greenland if we're actually going to go down this route. Like, we've already committed some shit where a lot of our allies are going to look at us funny and have just a completely different view on America. So, like, what's the difference in just taking Greenland at this point?
Listen, guys, the world's changing. The resources are getting rare. I mean, how are we going to have these badass data centers to power our AI fucking god if we don't have the resources from Greenland? And let's be honest. All the European countries throwing a hissy fit about it was pretty funny because, like, at the end of the day, they sent like one plane of troops over to Greenland, and they were like, "Yeah, that's gonna be our show of force, is us sending a single plane of troops over." Like, bro, what the fuck is Denmark going to do about us taking over Greenland? I mean, it's not like I'm going to condone us taking a country, but it's worked fine for Puerto Rico. They're a great territory. Why can't you not be a territory? Why are you so opposed to being a territory? Sorry, but if you can't protect it, then it's kind of hard to hold on to it. It's the story of all of human history, pretty much.
If Trump doesn't want Rome to fall, that's the play, is to take Greenland, because all those resources, you see the price of gold, you see the price of silver, and silver being an industrial metal that you need for all these solar panels you want to build, all these electric cars, like there's all these data centers, they all need silver.
Dylan, he's building his legacy right now. I mean, it's his second term. He's not worried. I mean, he might be worried about getting elected a third term, but I don't think he is. He's trying to carve out his place in the history books. He's going to secure Greenland. He's going to secure the oil from Venezuela. He's going to make sure that people remember Donald Trump's name down in the fucking history books as securing resources for America.
And getting the fucking Mexicans out. Goddamn.
I think that's really what he's trying to do. See, that's the rough part of. I'm telling you, bro, like all the killing of the protesters, the ICE shit, it's just all about stirring people up. I mean, it is what they want, is people to be stirred up by this shit. I don't know exactly I mean, just flat out, at the end of the day, we shouldn't have let the 2 million immigrants in under Joe Biden.
It was 40 million
40
over
million
Biden's term.
40 million immigrants under Biden's term. We shouldn't have let those people in. And, yeah, no, it's not a great look now that we're killing American protesters whenever we should just be grabbing these people that shouldn't be here. But it's just fucked. It's such a terrible situation. They, like, I mean, I want them to get the fucking illegal immigrants out, but I don't want them to be shooting a woman 5 times in the face. So it's a rough situation.
Dude, you walk into a Costco or just...
Are you gonna bring up the Jeets? Are you bringing up Jeets right now?
There's so many fucking
There's so many Jeets.
Dude, not even just... There's any of them, dude. The amount of...
The Jeets make me the most angry.
40 million could be an understatement, dude. Like, how can we actually know how many illegals are in this country? We just let them flow in like fucking water, dude. It could actually be even worse than that. Like, we could be... The amount of actual white people that, like, just... Our percentage that we actually think is in the United States could be way less than than we believe.
Yeah, no, I mean, who knows? They were literally telling people that the border is open. Go get your friends and fucking let's go. Come on. Everybody, let's go. Let's get in for 4 years. They were letting anybody in. So, yeah, no, who knows? I have no idea.
And it used to be a Democratic position, too. It's weird how people got brainwashed at that point to believe that it's always been a Democratic position to just let everybody the fuck in. Like, it used to be a Democratic position, just not... Even during, like, the Donald Trump-Hillary debate.
Barack Obama kicked more people out than anybody.
Yeah, like, that used to be their fucking shit that they argued for. Like, everyone used to believe that you needed that to have a fucking functioning country. It's obvious.
It's almost like you do, because now we're just giving out, like, all of America's great benefits that we give to our most needy are just getting given out freely to people that haven't. They've been here for a couple of years, and they're getting everything that an American citizen would get just right out from underneath everybody's noses. I mean, everybody wonders why everybody's struggling while there's not a lot of money to go around. Well, it's probably because it's all being spent on just people that don't deserve it, that aren't really benefiting society at all. Hate to go that low, hate to be striking out, and maybe we should have the sanitariums again. Maybe we shouldn't have all these homeless people on the street just making everything shitty. I don't know.
Where this eventually falls apart, if it doesn't fall apart through revolution, through riots in the streets, through the Capitol being overtaken. Not saying I want that, I see it as inevitable at this point, but if that doesn't happen, if the revolt just has to happen through Christians buying silver, I see that being where it happens. Because
and now look at what happened. They literally tried to crash it. They have crashed.
Dude, they did. And that's what I wanted to bring up, is that the supply of this metal, how many people actually have silver is so small. The amount of silver demand is so huge, and the amount we're actually getting out of the ground compared to the demand. We're at a deficit of 50 million ounces every single year of how much we actually get out of the ground compared to the demand. Like, the supply is shrinking, and we already have such a small supply. If enough people all buy silver, which is what is happening right now, we're seeing a silver squeeze. They had to crash the price of silver 30 goddamn % in one day. The price of paper silver, mind you. This is not the price of people selling on the street. The price of... It's tied to the spot price online that you see, but it's not the real price of silver that you actually get whenever you buy silver in hand. This can be manipulated so easy. They have 200 times the amount of paper contracts representing the amount of just one single ounce of silver has 200 paper contracts representing it. They have so much money, and they continue to print infinite amount of it. That's why a central digital currency is so devastating, because they can just print numbers, or it's not even printing, it's numbers on the screen. They can just input numbers on the screen instead of having to actually print the money.
It's even faker than the system that they already have going. And not like the system that they have going is so bad for them. I mean, they're just trying to push it in their favor even more. I mean, the financial system is fucked. You start talking to anybody about it, and you slowly start to realize, like, wow, okay, everything's fake. I mean, everybody's getting up out of bed to work for dollar bills that don't mean a fucking goddamn thing. We need to go back to the barter system. I have an apple tree. If I need bread, I'll give you some apples for your bread. Does that sound good?
What's gonna piss you off even more about that?
I don't need the medicine. I want to die from the cold. I'm tired of it.
What's gonna piss you off even more about that? I don't think silver's ever dropped 30% in a day. That seems like something that could not even be possible if we were actually selling physical silver in hand day to day. It's only paper that could allow that to happen. But what will piss you off even more about that is JP Morgan. They're one of the biggest banks. They've been shorting silver for years. They've been making so much money, leaving the price of silver suppressed. Like, that has benefited them so much. They got fucked in the ass by the price of silver rising a bunch. They've lost a lot of money on those shorts. They made up so much of their losses that single day where the price crashed, and they timed it absolutely perfectly. Their sells are some of the most insane trades you've ever seen in a given day. The amount of money that they've made. And dude, this is people...
It's almost like they knew something was going to happen.
This is the American people who believe in silver but not being educated enough to realize that you're not going to get fucked if you buy it physically. They're being like, okay, I need to buy it online. And this is the American people and American companies getting fucked through paper markets by basically JP Morgan, fucking them in the ass to make up for all their losses that they've acquired over these past couple months. It's insane what's going on, and that doesn't get talked about. Like, this is just something that I came up with on my own. Like, I haven't seen anybody talk about this at all.
Yeah, no, it's as soon as I saw that it was all crashed in one day, I instantly knew, like, yeah, the little man just got too much on this trade. They had to stop. They had to stop this shit.
I've never seen the American people talk about silver like this on Reddit, on Instagram. I've seen a lot of silver memes lately. Dude, nobody talked about silver at all whenever I was into it. And I wish I would have bought more. Everybody says that, but goddamn, you don't believe it's possible whenever you just see it hovering at fucking $20 to $30 for so long. You don't think it's actually possible. You think you're fucking crazy. Right. You don't think it could actually rise all the way to $120. Dude, seeing it at $120 was like, it feels like a dream almost. It feels like it's not actually possible after seeing it being shorted for so long and seeing it suppressed.
Right, and I mean, the day will come again. And it's going to rise even higher.
I mean, even at $80 to $90, I'm still fucking hyped. Dude, it's crazy they crashed it like 30% and it was still up for the month. On just the month of January, it was still up after they had to do one of the most blatant market manipulations of all time. You have to, just the global supply, you have to short basically the entire global supply of silver just to make your fucking money on your trade, which is not even like a real thing that you could possibly do.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's all a wobbly woozy. It's fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It's not real.
I don't know which war is going to happen first, though, the domestic war or World War III between some giant players in the world. Like, I don't know if there will be an actual revolt first, or it just seems so likely that World War III is going to happen sometime soon. There is shit popping off lately. And if you look at Bibi Netanyahu just as like a figure in history, like how I could look at Hitler or Stalin, for example, like I could look at just and respect, what he's doing. You know what I mean?
Comparing Bibi Netanyahu to Hitler and Stalin.
Just like, as far as just taking control and like how much he's accomplished for his mission, like I don't respect the mission. I think he's immoral. I think he's fucking.
You don't like Greater Israel? You don't want a Greater Israel?
But I can admit that he's accomplishing his mission.
I'm excited for a Greater Israel. I think that the Middle Eastern map looks a little bit too jumbled up with all those dumb sounding countries. And I'm personally excited for whenever the map all says Israel through the Middle East.
I mean, what's the point of all those other fucking names you can't pronounce? Just Israel's. We know it's real. Israel. Why do we need anything else?
I mean, they deserve it. It was promised to them 3,000 years ago.
All the land. Dude, 1,000-mile radius. Let's just all declare it. Like, why stop whenever we get to that Greater Israel mark? Just why stop there? Why don't just we make it big old USA on one side and then Israel on the other? That's really all we need at this point. That's where we're ending up.
That's what you want? Is that right? I mean, I'm not exactly opposed to it. I think we should start with the Greater Israel first. I think we should continue to support BB, and I think they should continue to bomb people indiscriminately.
It's like, just pretend it's like chess, you know? We're just taking out pawns here and there. We take out Greenland. We take out fucking here and there Jordan, fucking Pakistan, just some fucking little no-name countries that can't defend themselves. And then we start working our way towards the power players. I think, dude, I see the vision. I see the 40. I see the 40 chess that Trump's working with. I haven't seen it until now. This could work out.
Dude, listen. The gas prices are down after Venezuela. We were saying this in last episode. Folks, a little bit of warmongering isn't so bad whenever you're on the benefiting side of it. Maybe the Venezuelan people are going to be happier now that they have a puppet president in there. I don't think Maduro is that cool of a guy, and I think he should be happy in whatever cell they have him and his wife in. Maybe they want it. Maybe it was all part of the plan. Maybe Maduro, it's very rare that they take a man with his wife. It's almost like it was planned out. The man made a deal with the CIA. He got paid. And he's going to be living in luxury in the States the rest of his days. And his country is going to hand over its mineral rights to the USA.
Technically, we had some companies over there that whenever they went all communist over there, they nationalized our oil companies' assets over there and took that stuff from us. So we're just getting our get back.
Right.
Honestly.
I would be pretty pissed about that. Nationalize? Fucking hell no.
So, leaving it off there, Sam, what are your final thoughts about what we missed over the time we were gone? I see a deer over there in the field I can't stop staring at. I'm glad there's actually deer on this property. I can't see shit while I'm hunting, but I see it while we're podcasting.
It pisses me off. I hate deer. That's pretty much my final notes for the episode is I hate white-tailed deer. I'll leave it at that.
You have PTSD from your last one. If you actually got into hunting,
I have PTSD from multiple deer.
If you got actually into hunting, you would like it a lot. If you actually killed your own deer and were able to just have a fucking deep freeze full of deer that you killed.
Yeah, I would be happy about that, but I would still dislike the animal. They are my least favorite animal. I mean, like, they're cool because they're like forest horses. But they're like rats because there's way too many of them. Because there's nothing that kills them.
Technically, there
maybe the dirty old coyote, but
my theory on deer population is that there should be way more of them than there is, because semi-trucks, cars, we've killed a lot of them on things that we haven't had around for the past 100 years. Like, these cars have gotten going insanely fast. These semi-trucks are going super fast, and we have highways going all throughout the entire country. We've killed so many deer with our semi-trucks and cars. I think the population of deer should be a lot higher.
Yeah, not enough.
Well, we'll leave it at that. There's like 4 of them out in the field. That's pretty sick. Let's fucking wrap this one up and go talk about AIDS.
Folks, we're back. This is a quick addition on the last episode. We're doing a back-to-back here. I don't know exactly where to start with this one. This one's about AIDS and COVID and the bioweapons that have been unleashed onto the populace. And I think we should just hit AIDS first because none of it makes sense. And that's what me and Dylan want to talk to you about. Maybe we're just not getting it. But every single conspiracy video and every single just mainstream video on it, there's just so much conflicting information. Was it a CIA bioweapon? Was it just people experimenting in a lab and it got released? I don't know exactly. Was it just a dude that was cutting up monkey meat and got a little blood in his cut, and then the AIDS virus jumped species? I don't know. Okay? What I do know is, why the fuck does none of this information add up?
This is not cap at all. My memory of AIDS being presented to me was that someone had sex with a monkey in Africa, and that's how AIDS started, and that's how it spread to everybody, was someone had sex with a monkey. And I went a long time of my life before realizing that was not true.
You thought it was monkey sex.
I thought it was one man who had sex with a monkey that started it and then gave it to everybody else.
I thought it was a man that was working in a wet market, working with monkey meat. He had a cut on his hand. He got monkey blood into his cut, spread to him, jumped species. The rest is history. Started spreading from there.
I had a Catholic school education with a very limited amount of people.
They don't talk about AIDS in there.
I feel like just another kid told me that, and I just went a long time believing that before it ever got presented to me again. AIDS did not ever get talked about really to me. I'm sure it was a lot bigger deal back in the 80s. But it seems like you just don't die from it anymore. It seems like Magic Johnson can just live forever. He really does have some magic going on.
Yeah, no, it's from what I understand, as long as you can get the medication for it, it's pretty expensive, but you can live relatively just a fine life with AIDS. I mean, it's more like HIV, because it's like you have HIV and then it progresses to AIDS, you know, and then you take medicine to just have HIV, and it never progresses to AIDS.
Some videos that I was watching were saying that HIV doesn't actually give you AIDS. It's just the people that end up having AIDS, like that HIV is just already showing up in their system, but it's not actually. A lot of people were saying that there's no proof that it's even sexually transmitted.
Right. See, this is the whole entire reason we even got this topic, is because of this shit that we're talking about right now. You see what we're talking about right now, guys? Every single source that you come across has different information.
And this is still in the present day, where you'd think it would be like people would be able to agree on this by now. Like, we would have some sort of straight up medical opinion on it, but even the mainstream narrative seems conflicted on it.
Yeah, no, it's strange, and I mean, just it's kind of funny. It's a very strange situation. Definitely within the conspiracy world too, because rarely you see conflicting information in the mainstream, but whenever you're seeing conflicting information in the conspiracy world, whenever you're going on BitChute and you're expecting to dive into a bunch of AIDS videos talking about the same problems with it, but you're seeing everybody is just saying some different crackpot shit, and you don't know what to think. I still don't know what to think about this. This is really just this is just a brainstorming episode, guys. we're just here to get you asking some questions, because we're trying to wrap our heads around this one too. That's why COVID is also it's a back end. It's another section of this, because listen, we get lied to for 2 years. Everybody knows that we got lied to, and nobody gives a fuck about it anymore. It got swept under the rug. We're all cool. Everything's back to normal. Don't worry about the 2 years where they were trying to have you by the balls, where they were telling you that you couldn't go anywhere. You couldn't do anything. You had to get a doctor's note to go to a bar. I mean, this shit is ridiculous.
And you see so many similarities between the AIDS epidemic and the COVID epidemic, because Dr. Fauci was literally the head of both epidemics. At the same time the AIDS stuff is going on, he's the fucking head of that and head of the rollout on that and giving the AIDS victims the proper medication.
Which they didn't. They were giving AIDS victims medication that was killing them.
And then you see him still get picked. He has that terrible record on him. He's even had to admit, like, a couple years later, that he handled it wrong and he let a lot of innocent people die. And he had to admit that a couple years later, like in the 90s. And then he still ends up getting picked for the COVID epidemic. It's clear that he's their man. Whenever they want to roll out a fucking epidemic like that, he's their guy that they fucking put in charge. It's so obvious.
Yeah, no, because they don't need to worry about this guy doesn't have any thoughts of his own. I mean, you can just tell him what to say to people.
And that
Dr. Fauci, give us vaccines. Have you seen that kid singing the Dr. Fauci?
Yeah. The AZT that they're fucking giving them in the AIDS epidemic, they're acting like this is going to cure them, and really it's like they won't even give it to cancer victims because it's fucking killing them so bad. But people think they're... What's that Dallas Buyers Club movie is about is Matthew McConaughey gets AIDS, and then he ends up...
Let's go.
So they're showing in like 85 or whatever, whenever they're rolling out this AZT, it gets FDA approved, but they want to run tests on it. It just got approved for human trials. They think that this is going to cure them, when in reality it's like this hard drug. But that's not even the most crazy part. They're giving them the FDA drug, but they're also doing this human tests on them and running these tests on how to combat AIDS. So they have to give half of them placebos, and the doctors don't get to know which ones it is. Nobody gets to know which ones it is. It's just people will get to take it, think they're getting this drug that's helping them, and really they're just taking sugar pills. And they're fucking gonna die from fucking AIDS.
Ripping human experimentation right there on the human populace.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I love it.
Yeah. And like the doctors don't even get to know. The main character in it, Matthew McConaughey, has to like fucking find the guy who like delivers it to the hospital, like drinking at a bar. Like he follows him to a bar and then meets up with him being like, hey, you gotta throw him in this dumpster. Like, I'll give you whatever money you want. I don't want to fucking die. I have AIDS. I'm fucking freaking out right now. And then he ends up like getting just thrown in this trash can every once in a while.
I don't Matthew McConaughey as an AIDS victim is pretty sweet.
I don't want to spoil the movie for you just in case you want to watch it, but I feel like Jared Leto will turn you off on it, that fucking fag weirdo.
Yeah, he's kind of a fag weirdo, isn't he?
Dude, he plays a major fag in this movie, like as big of a fag as you can play, pretty much.
That's good, and that's fantastic.
Like, he dresses in women's clothing.
He's a cross-dresser.
Because he is also an AIDS victim.
Who would have thought?
I did watch that movie in preparation for this, though. It's kind of Hollywood propaganda. It's
One
not
of his
like
favorites.
It's not exactly fucking AIDS documentary, but it's also a lot more engaging than a boring ass AIDS documentary. It was a struggle for me to walk through all this medical terminology and just try to understand it the best I could. I'm literally so confused on it. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of jargon, especially if you watch the video I sent you, one with that dude.
I watched about 3/4 of it. It was also hard for me to get through, but was he the one talking about, or was this a different one, talking about how it started from like sheep and cow, or was that a different guy?
I think it was that dude, but like, see, that's another thing with it is all these guys. It comes from a bunch of different types of diseases mixed together. Like this shit was very obviously. It doesn't seem like it was natural.
Yeah. It doesn't just come out of nowhere like these diseases. That's
it
very rare.
It doesn't seem like it comes from a guy with a cut on his hand just chopping up monkey meat in some fucking Southeast Asian country, and out of nowhere we have AIDS over here, you know?
A lot of this is just pure speculation. I don't really know, but people were saying it's not sexually transmitted. It's just like kind of a lifestyle thing that people developed over time, where these people are just doing hard drugs over time, partying, doing fucking anal sex, like living debaucherous lifestyles, and they develop an autoimmune disorder over time.
It's a curse from God.
Fucking whatever you want to call it.
It might be.
But I've
seen that.
That is kind of just, it was just like a debauchery lifestyle, and like also poverty. Like, whenever that AIDS was being first rolling out in like the 80s, whenever it was becoming, everyone was dying from it, especially in Africa. Like in Africa, anybody who was getting diarrhea for 10 days had AIDS. Anybody who fucking got in a car wreck got AIDS. Like, exactly like the fucking COVID epidemic in 2020. Like, they were blaming it on everything. That's exactly what happened in Africa as well. Like, they fucking roll out the same playbook again and again over time. History repeats itself, and it's just crazy to see it happen.
You know, they're just trying to scare you. Like what they're always trying to do. They're trying to get you worked up.
They're trying to get you worked up just enough to where you won't revolt. You'll just get worked up.
You gotta they have to have your mind somewhere else. Either it's on bread and circuses, it's on being scared of something, it's on being scared of another country, a disease. No matter what, they gotta get your fucking mind off of it. Gotta get your mind off of them being so full of shit that they're lying about the Epstein files.
And stuff does get through YouTube's algorithm, like the Epstein files, where I watched that, but you can clearly tell that YouTube's algorithm is not designed to show you the truth about what's going on in your reality. Like, you have to actually dig for the information to what's going on like that.
The only reason you're hearing anything about the Epstein files on YouTube is because there's just too much being talked about.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would be like any of these other conspiracies that it's just talked about so little that they're able to ban everything being talked about. They can roll out shadow bans on any of the channels that are talking about the unique stuff. But if you're yapping about the Epstein files, everybody knows about it. We gotta let it slide.
Like, that is what they tried to do for the longest time. They tried to just use YouTube's algorithm to hide that stuff. And just now in 2025, 2026, whenever we get all these files being released, that is only because of public outrage that those files are being released. And a lot has to do with Thomas Massey, that one fucking badass senator from Kentucky, I believe. He was like he was the main guy who got that shit started.
Yeah, no, he's certainly not gonna get reelected.
Yeah, there goes his political career.
Now we're gonna need to sink this guy quick.
He will have a fucking killer podcast career after, like, Dan Bongino.
Yeah, we'll see.
He went after Dave Smith so hard. He's just a complete fucking. He's over. He's done for in the political sphere. He's done for in the public eye. I don't know what he's gonna do after.
Nothing.
He is probably paid incredibly well for his role in everything.
That's fair. Yeah, you're right.
I feel like Cash Patel and him. I want to start calling him Cash App PayPal because he's fucking Indian as shit. But yeah.
Do not redeem a card.
Yeah, he should. They should both They should both have been paid very well for their roles in it, because they will probably get killed by a domestic terrorist.
Cash Patel is, dude, the Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother, we'll see you in Valhalla, we have the watch, is some of the most cringy shit. I thought it was an AI video the first time I watched it, how bad it was, but just the most Indian person of all time saying something like that. It's just something else.
Is Dan Bongino out of the White House completely? Like, he's out of...
You would assume.
I don't know for sure. I know he started his podcast career back up, but I didn't know if he was trying to multitask.
Let's hope that Dan Bongino is tossed into a prison cell for all time.
They both should be arrested. It's crazy that they haven't been arrested at this point. I mean, it's not crazy because I know what's really going on. And
Cash Patel's the FBI director. Nobody's going to arrest him.
Yeah.
He can lie about anything he wants to.
The government doesn't put these people above consequences. It shouldn't anyway. It does.
Yeah, they do.
As far as natural law goes and what everyone knows what should really happen, people should not look at this as okay. Them lying to protect satanic pedophiles, like, this is not...
Don't even bring the satanic into it. We already know that they're just flat out pedophiles. We seen the Epstein files. We know that the people that are running this country are just pedophiles. Not even bringing the satanic Moloch shit into it.
And I don't even say that to bring the Moloch shit into it. I just look at... Whenever I say that, it's just pedophilia is just like tapping into just that Satan part that's trying to tempt you. It's just like the fucking sins of the world are fucking like taking over your soul, basically. I don't know how to describe it.
I'm just appealing to the layman that wouldn't believe. The average man, if you start talking about the satanic pedophiles, they look at you like you're fucking crazy, as they should, because it does sound like crazy talk. But whenever you're seeing all this shit. Again, I'm a fucking broken record with the Epstein files. They've released this shit. Everybody knows they're being pedophiles. Why is it such a great leap forward to believe that they're not they're not doing even worse things behind closed doors.
Fauci's never going to face any consequences to what he did either. He fucking killed all those old people by sending fucking sick people into nursing homes. Like, the most fucked up shit you can possibly do.
He killed healthy people by putting them on ventilators.
Exactly. He's responsible for 1 million deaths. Who the fuck knows how many deaths he's actually caused over time. And just imagine the consequences of locking all those people indoors and the stress that all that caused all these people over time, and how much we actually could have just chilled and relaxed.
The damage to the economy, I mean, it's ridiculous.
And that's Trump's boy. That's one that Trump put in, and no one
Operation Warp Speed.
No one voting in Trump the second time acted like he was a guy who would put in Fauci. They were like, yeah, the pandemic, everyone knows about that. We're gonna fucking go for Trump's second term. It's not a big deal at all.
You know, who do you think is gonna be next? I think it's gonna be Gavin Newsom. He can't run California, so he'll be a perfect fit to run this country.
I think most likely at this point, I could make a lot of money betting on this because it's probably like
it's on Kalshi.
Yeah,
start betting on Kalshi.
On
now.
Kalshi, I
sponsored.
Bet
not really.
Donald Trump's third term is what I think. I know that's a rare opinion probably, but I think they're going some type of Bibi Netanyahu situation where, like, yeah, you're trying me for crimes, but
need some emergency powers.
Yeah, I need to take over for a while because we just got invaded, and we just clearly let an invasion take place. We have the most heavily defended nation in the entire world. We have the Iron Dome, they call it, and yet still we just let some paragliders fly in over the border and kill a couple concert goers.
It's the most offended country in the world. They have microphones underneath all the walls to prevent digging, but somehow there's just mile-long tunnels going through the whole entire area. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Alright, we just lost the rest of our audio, and Sam had to go eat dinner with his family, so I'm gonna hold the fort down, just finish this one off myself. Just hold down the fort while Sam's gone. I wanted to talk more about AIDS because we can get off the Israel topic. I'm sure that was where we cut off last. We can start talking about what we really wanted to talk about, is how we believe that AIDS could have just been AIDS and HIV just as a man-made virus and didn't actually come from some dude fucking a monkey or some dude getting monkey blood on him at a market and then getting it passed on through a flight attendant. It could have just been a man-made disease, kind of like how COVID was, just made in a lab, some random lab in China, and being transmitted across the world. The same thing could have happened with AIDS. That is a huge benefit of... The oligarchs would really like to see that a lot, to have some... Like COVID was their wet dream, having some disease just take out a giant mass of the population. You need some vaccine that they can make loads of money off of. You need some magic cure that everyone in the world has to take. And then even better if it's taxpayer funded. And then with the COVID trials, any side effects from it you can't sue for because it's an experimental vaccine. So any fucking heart defects you have, you start having blood clots later on in the future, you fucking die of a heart attack at 35 years old. You can't sue us because we were just trying to save the masses from the deadly COVID virus that we actually just released out of a lab somewhere. Who knows if it actually even came from China? Who the fuck knows where it came from? But I know that shit was man-made, just like it seems AIDS was. Some people call that pseudoscience, but that's just what I believe. That's what Sam believes. It's not... They literally rolled it out with the same exact guy. They rolled it out with Fauci. He was the head of the fucking Institute of Health at the time AIDS was around. He literally stays in the department that whole time until eventually he's used in the same exact situation of COVID. In the video that me and Sam were watching, he is this guy, Robert Strecker, and he's the one saying that this is... We saw this in multiple videos, but this is just one that we both watched. He's saying that it's a man-made engineered disease. But he's saying that this is during the Cold War. The international committees got together, and in the 1960s, they're trying to make basically a man-made retrovirus for this exact purpose, for this population control, as a form of mass manipulation. They want some type of disease that everyone's scared of, that everyone needs a vaccine for. They thought they had it with COVID, they thought they had it with AIDS, but with this happening time and time again, we're going to see the signs leading up to it, and we're going to fight back against it. The population of the world won't just put up with this shit over and over again. We put up with it long enough to where we're actually seeing significant vaccine reversals going on across just the United States. I'm sure it's happening across the globe as well. People are taking less vaccines because we really see the damages of what's going on with them. A lot of people have seen them for so long, but it's finally being talked about in the mainstream how maybe we shouldn't be putting all these heavy metals in our kids that from the time they're just born to 18 years old. We just gotta keep infecting them with toxins over and over again, and then even after they're 18 we gotta give them fucking COVID boosters over and over again. How many boosters have some people taken? Like, you ask some people, I'm sure they've taken 5-6 boosters at this point, 6-7 as the kids say. And what are we really doing here? What are we fucking doing? At least Florida has gotten rid of all vaccine mandates in school. You have to get a fucking religious exemption just to not have your kid take 20 shots to go to public school. Is this real life? Are we really going to let our elected officials do this to us? Who's even okay with this? Who's even okay with all these vaccines needing to be taken? Like, is this just people that don't actually think for themselves, that don't actually do any research into it at all? Just, if the government mandates me to take them, if they mandate me to take 100 vaccines, I might as well just take them all. I want to be safe and protect my neighbors. It's fucking ridiculous how little some people think for themselves. And that is kind of just a negative way to look at life, but there are a lot of dumb people out there, and some people look at me as being one of them, but it's just a fact. I mean, you're never going to be able to escape this. This is just, a lot of people can't think for themselves, and they need some type of authority figure to watch over them. They need Big Daddy government to stop the crime, to not only stop the crime, to stop just them from being able to live a truly free life. We don't have free will like we believe. The best form of slavery that they've been able to implement is slavery where we don't even know that we're slaves. We're just being manipulated through media and through these false flag events into being slaves, and we don't even realize it. We haven't even woken up to that fact yet, and they'll just keep pushing us to the absolute edge over and over again, no matter what it is. 9/11 all the way up to now, the fucking Kennedy assassinations, World War II even, starting from there, they've just hit us time and time again, over and over again, and the people have not fought back for what's right, for what really should be. The natural law is extinct in 2026. We're living under a tyrannical government, and I don't want to sound like a fucking lefty here, but this Trump administration's gotten a little bit ridiculous, guys. And this is coming from someone who is the biggest Trump supporter in the first term. Like, I remember just being uneducated, and also he wasn't as big of an Israel glazer back then, but I was the biggest Trumper, and I believed that the election was stolen in 2020, and now I believe that Trump's fully compromised by Israel. He's going full dictator mode in his second term because he knows there's no consequences because he's above the law. And you should really be prepared if you're not. If you're not prepping at this point, I don't know what's wrong with you. I don't know what you've been watching, but this is scary times, people. It's beautiful times because there's a lot of good things going on, but there's also a lot of darkness and a lot of negative news stories out there that are really, it's really all adding up into a lot of chaos, and it's making some people go crazy, and I hope you're not going crazy out there. I'm trying my best to not go crazy, and it's all going to be alright, guys. We're going to make it through this. Peace.
So,
Today I would like to speak about the Disney brand. More specifically, I would like to discuss what that actually means and how it's continuing to degrade in the eyes of many consumers. The reason this topic struck me was because Disney leadership is just absolutely obsessed with the idea of reinforcing their brand, but the irony is that they don't really seem to understand what it actually is. Ever since Bob Iger took the reins of CEO in 2005, there has been a push to fundamentally shift the Disney brand away from what actually made it Disney and more towards a hollow, hyper-corporate system of buzzwords that ultimately has led to a quickly growing negative perception of this company and its leadership. This is reflected in the lack of commitment to creating interesting attractions in its parks, destroying the overall guest experience in favor of sucking every single last penny out of everyone's pocket by implementing anti-consumer policies, and all the while talking down to everyone while they do it. Perhaps you haven't really been paying attention and you don't know what I mean, or you might know exactly what I mean and would think to yourself, well, it doesn't matter. The theme parks are always consistently packed despite these changes, and it doesn't appear that people are going to stop spending money there anytime soon. I definitely understand these perspectives, so that's why I wanted to create this video, diving into the specifics about how poor management looking for short-term gain will ultimately damage the brand for this company, and what this realistically means for them in the future. So, if this topic is interesting to you, and you would like it to gain more exposure in the cultural narrative, give the video a like, share it around, and join me today as we explore the continued degradation of the Disney brand. Let me first ask you a question. What does the Disney brand mean to you? As a company with a pretty long history, it can mean so many different things to so many different people. People who don't really go to theme parks may first think about Disney primarily as a film studio, and even then, there's so much variation. Depending on your experience and what you like, you may think of Disney more in terms of its classic animated films. If not that, perhaps your vision is defined by the films of the era known as the Disney Renaissance, or perhaps it may even be the more contemporary films produced through computer animation. For people interested in leisurely activities such as cruising, perhaps Disney Cruise Line is their dominant association with the brand. As a theme park fan, I of course associate Disney with its various parks, and the quality of service both there and with its shopping districts and hotels. However, whereas I once considered Disney parks the gold standard of themed entertainment throughout the world, my perception has changed dramatically within just the last few years. While there are many things I still enjoy about the Disney parks and within its film and television divisions, the brand has come to reflect something very different. It is no longer about offering unique experiences, full of quality and detail that the Disney name was synonymous with. Instead, the thematic integrity of the various parks is being destroyed in favor of mediocre and underwhelming lands and attractions, hoping to promote toy sales and inspire brand loyalty for the most casual fans. What exactly does this mean? Well, I remember visiting Epcot with a few people back in 2019, and they were commenting on the details of the World Showcase pavilions. To them, only Disney could design parks with that level of immersion and detail, which to me reflects the power of the Disney brand. I found myself disagreeing with them, because first, Universal parks also include this level of detail and immersion, but people never really think about their parks in these terms, because that specific aspect of their branding isn't as emphasized. I very much recall the many Disney specials on TV throughout the early '80s, covering the fascinating history of classic Disney attractions and highlighting the many subtle details and nuances. Second, it occurred to me that the association of Disney with details made sense because we were in the World Showcase and that the buildings here reflected the Imagineering of an older era, in which the park experience went beyond just theming, but was perceived as an expression of art. Today, we would never get something so interesting and unique as the World Showcase, with current leadership today using it as a backdrop to promote IP synergy and dropping in mediocre attractions meant to sell toys. Long gone are Epcot's days of trying to educate guests in an entertaining way, now instead treating them as ravenous consumers who will buy frozen merchandise if Elsa is shoved in their face on a poorly reskinned attraction. This is clearly evident with Remy's Ratatouille Adventure, as the courtyard for the ride lacks the distinct details and architectural variety of the rest of the France Pavilion. I wouldn't say it's poorly themed, but if you take the time to notice, you can make the observation about how less interesting and varied the surrounding area is in comparison to the front. To me, the Disney brand has always been about going above and beyond to create the most interesting attractions possible, allowing them to stand out as the leader within the theme park industry. The overall experience comes first, and the merchandise sales come second, resulting from the positive experience that the park is trying to provide for the guests. Instead, this current era of Disney feels hollow and cynical, putting in attractions that feel like advertisements or brand promotion. For example, shortly after Bob Iger stepped into the role of CEO, he introduced a number of small changes meant exclusively to boost merchandise sales. One example is the introduction of characters from the Pirates of the Caribbean films into the attractions. The justification behind this was that guests were asking where Jack Sparrow was, and no, nobody was asking that.
Id. Sculpture.
While not the most egregious move and not ruining the ride, it was very clearly intended to remind people of the film franchise and to provoke merchandise sales in the nearby gift shops. While I've gotten used to the change over time, I remember how jarring and unnecessary it felt when it first premiered. Another example of this was the 2008 reverb for Disneyland It's a Small World, incorporating in various characters from Disney films into this classic
I'm finally turning the
attraction,
Steel Factory on.
solely for the purpose of reminding children that these are characters that they like. Naturally, the gift shop at the exit of this attraction features many dolls of these animated characters.
Okay.
While I don't hate their inclusion in the ride, I
Yeah.
do despise the cynical and pandering attitude behind it. But wait, you might ask, haven't Disney parks been promoting Disney films since the beginning? That is absolutely true, but there is a fundamental difference between the Walt and even the Eisner era and now. When Disneyland opened in 1955, the center of the park was anchored, of course, by Sleeping Beauty Castle, taken directly from the film as it was actively being worked on. Due to development trouble, Sleeping Beauty wouldn't actually release until 4 years later in 1959, but the castle was always intended partly as promotion for the film. With that being said, let's address a hypothetical scenario, in which Frozen 3 is in development, yet Disney is currently building another castle-style park somewhere in the world.
Power-wise?
If that park opens with the Castle of Arendelle as the park's icon, meant as promotion for the film, would it be any different than Disneyland? Absolutely. One of my favorite elements of Disneyland is the many classic dark rides located in its Fantasyland and based on various animated films produced under Walt. I'm sure that while these attractions work to help sell merchandise throughout the years, they are fundamentally different in that they seem to have been crafted with guest experience as the priority. For example, Snow White's Scary Adventures loosely retold the story of the film, yet distinguished itself by putting riders into the role of Snow White and focusing on her perspective as she meets the Evil Queen, emphasizing scary scenes in the woods. While the attraction was changed to become less scary as Snow White's Enchanted Wish in 2021, at the very least, it's still a strong ride and execution.
That was proven many times.
The same applies with Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, putting guests into an original story where they take on the role of Mr. Toad and cause mayhem in a runaway vehicle. While Peter Pan and later attractions like Pinocchio's Daring Journey and Alice in Wonderland would act as Cliff Notes versions of the films, they were still crafted with fun and engaging experiences in mind.
Yes, it
In
does.
contrast, Frozen Ever
Big
After
thing
feels
was
absolutely bare bones, stuffing in scenes just for the sake of exciting 6-year-olds and compromising the
other stuff
theming
is
of the
pretty
Norway
easy.
Pavilion.
It was I wanted to up the
Walt's
number
animated
of
films were also extremely innovative, working as not just entertainment for families, but also as showcases for animation as a legitimate and serious form of art. If you're not familiar with the development process of Snow White, which was Walt's first film, then you may not recognize just how labor-intensive it was, or how innovative the animation was trying to be in emulating the movement of human characters when nothing like it had existed at that point in time. Walt's animated films were almost always pushing boundaries of art, and the attractions based on them only served to remind guests that Disney was not just there for fun, but existed as a culturally significant institution. While Walt himself did show less interest in the animated films over the years, Sleeping Beauty would work as his magnum opus as a producer, and that it was very technically challenging to produce, and utilized a unique style inspired by medieval art. While it is true that Sleeping Beauty Castle existed within the park as a form of promotion, it also stood as a symbol of artistry, an icon that reminded guests that Disney was a cultural force. In contrast, I don't hate the Frozen films by any means, but they are very sanitized corporate products that lack the artistry and themes of the films produced under Walt. I believe I used this example elsewhere, but contemporary Disney animated films are too afraid to let their audiences feel too much emotion. For example, Frozen has a sad moment with Anna being turned to ice, but the moment doesn't linger long enough to have any impact, and she manages to be restored just fine. In contrast, Walt was not afraid to let children process heavy themes such as grief, as Bambi's mother is shot in the woods and her death is permanent, shaping the rest of the story. Can you imagine what would have happened if Anna had stayed frozen in ice? What that would mean for the story and the development of Elsa as a character, having to live with the consequences of her mistake? Obviously, the film was trying to play things safe, and that's not necessarily a bad.
I haven't been. I'll probably put some more in. Second. Ooh, I kind of. There's kind of two. I really want this one. Yeah. I unlocked one there, yeah. What was it? I don't remember what it was. It was for... It was bolted iron plate. 18... Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say, it's 18 iron plates, 50 screws. Makes 3 bolted plates. Yeah. So it's more... it's normally 6 and 12 equals 1. So it's more demanding on screws. But it makes 15 per minute. Whereas the normal one makes 5. It's literally 3 times as fast. No. I just saw it. I liked it. I mean, yeah. I mean, we make like 25 computers a minute, I think, or something. I think a lot. I put a hard drive in there. I don't like to carry it on me, but it's a pain to get one out because you have to get the whole stack out and then put the whole stack back. I'll be on me. Oh, he's still on top of me. Oh no. Scrape you off? No, I use my jetpack. I thought I was lagging. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that's why I don't carry the hard drive. That's why I put it in the box. Oh, it like killed you. Yeah. Yeah, I saw yesterday was 33. I don't think I did. Like a meme song. It's like, why do good girls like bad guys or something? Like a 90s song or something, I think. Don't compare me to him. I'm nothing like him. And I have the track laid for the one over to the... I was going to build a whole base over in the desert, but I got distracted over here. Once you get on it, you have to like stay slow. Oh, I was gonna sell. Let me just compare the next one in, sir. Oh, I do this. The way I laid the power poles for some of the foundries here, like either all has to be completed and redone, or yeah, for whatever reason, I did the power. No, I'm not trying. How I ended up. Getting cool. I built the whole fucking train. We can actually use the train for something. That is actually funny. Of all the things. First. Why do good girls like... Here, I'm gonna find that song for you and play it. It's good to save the shitty ones that we don't get them.
Jimmy Doral, I messed that up. We're in your studio, so it has your name, but it's for my podcast. But
Well, if there's
second
something
time,
you want,
thanks so much, man.
That's great to see you again, buddy.
Yeah, I was just earlier saying to you, it's kind of funny. Everyone calls me like far right, and you left, but I agree with your takes more than almost anyone. Like, I don't know a lot of your takes on the current stuff, so we'll go over it, but I have a feeling we're going to agree on most of it.
Oh, yeah,
I feel like those labels are a way to divide us.
Well, what's interesting to me, Jake, is that right wingers called me left wing and left wingers called me right wing. Oh, yeah, sure. All my old friends who, got COVID wrong and publicly smeared me, they all call me a right winger now. Oh, Jimmy Doe's a right winger. He went right. Jimmy Doe's a Trumper. It's like, I never told anybody to vote for Trump. I told people the opposite, that I couldn't because of his support for Israel and all that stuff. And so, yeah, that's what's crazy about it. And, I read a quote one time, Jake. It said, I've been living as a comedian since, 1995 full time, right? As a comedian. And so that's an artist. And I read a quote one time that says all artists want the same thing. They want to be understood and appreciated. And so during COVID And during Russiagate and Ukraine and everything, I was completely misunderstood by people who I've known in Hollywood and in comedy for most of my, not all of them, but a big swath of them. And they don't realize that they're not actually thinking for themselves, that they're actually have received opinions. Their opinions about COVID were received. They don't, that all of a sudden they had opinions on ivermectin. Like, you have an opinion on a drug? You have a negative on a generic drug that's on the WHO list of essential medicines? You ever stop to ask yourself, why do I have an opinion on a generic drug that's on the WHO list of, why do I love Dr. Fauci instead of hating Dr. Fauci, even though he's the one we all know now invented the virus and then lied about inventing it? They still could, because they haven't been told to hate them. And so I was talking with my friend Neil Oliver from Scotland the other day, and I was like, I keep waiting to get over this. I keep waiting to get over the horrible feelings I have about COVID and about my disappointment in the people who I've known and respected, especially comedians. I keep waiting for it to get over, and I'm not getting over it. And I don't know what to do about it. They'll never admit that they were wrong or apologize. That's never happening. And so we just have to go on. I don't know what to do. So now I've made new friends, people like you, all types of comedians, I mean, I was already friends with Joe Rogan.
Yeah, Joe, he was good on it at least.
Yeah, Jeff Dye, Tim Dillon, people like that, Dave Smith.
Yeah, Dave Smith's been great.
Kurt Metzger and I came together during COVID. So yeah, it's a real shocker, but I don't think I'll ever get over it. It's a long answer to your question.
I don't blame you.
About left, right. I've considered myself. I still consider myself a real lefty. Those people who vote Democrat are not liberals.
Yeah.
They're illiberals. And what I mean by that is that liberals are supposed to be for free speech. They're supposed to be for bodily autonomy. They're supposed to be anti-war, and they're supposed to be pro-worker. Well, they flipped on all that, especially during COVID.
Ukraine war.
And Ukraine war. They became pro-war, right? They became pro-CIA, pro-big pharma, pro-corporate media. They used to preach my body, my choice. They stopped saying that during COVID, and now they're not for bodily autonomy. They're pro-abortion, which no one is pro-abortion. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
If you're pro-choice, they should work. The way they word it just disgusts me. It's a clump of cells. At least be like, hey, this is like not a good thing, but maybe in some situations you could argue it's better,
Yeah, it's like an amputation. Like nobody wants to cut off your arm, but if you're trapped under a log and the water's rising, we might have to cut off your arm. And nobody goes, I'm pro-amputation. That's how I feel about that. I'm pro-choice. I don't want a doctor. I mean, I don't want the government to get in between a doctor and his patient. That's how I feel,
but
right?
You still think it's like a big deal and not something that should just be done and like celebrated. Some of these leftists act like, it's nothing, like it's a good thing. It's like,
a sad day.
It's a sad day. I'm pro-choice too, but I'm very reluctantly about it because I think it is a serious thing.
Yeah, correct. And so that they have flipped, and I've stayed consistent. So those people who call themselves liberals today are really illiberal. It's the opposite, and they're authoritarian in many cases, right? Especially when it came to censorship during COVID, when it came to forcing people to take a experimental medical treatment, which we now know has horrible side effects. Horrible, and they're not as rare as they made.
Bad side effects from it?
Oh yeah, I still do. Yeah, I had nerve damage. I have an occipital neuralgia. That was the worst of it, right? But there's lots of other things. No, and now whenever something. By the way, it takes 10 years to figure out what the side effects are from a new vaccine, which it wasn't even really a vaccine. They had to change the name to make people consider it a vaccine. They had to change the definition. You know that they literally in the dictionary had to change the definition of what a vaccine is so they can consider these mRNA, because they knew they didn't stop contraction or transmission. YouTube took down my videos that said that, and now everybody knows that's true.
For speaking the truth, you got taken down.
Of course.
Banned. For me, and I was never political. I was focused on fighting, thank God. But then COVID hit, they shut me down. I started paying attention. I started reading these studies, seeing they weren't matching. I sent them to my doctor friends. They wouldn't even read them.
They won't even look into it.
One doctor surprised apologized. The other two stopped being my friends. They won't even look into it.
Yeah.
I don't consider myself the smartest person, but I realize people are dumb. And like you said, people don't make their own opinions. That's why I felt obligated to start sharing stuff on Twitter during COVID and start a podcast.
Me too.
Because people literally just download. They wait for like Trump or Nick Fuentes to put their takes before they say anything. Can you imagine being a grown man and you're sitting there waiting to tweet until like, oh, Nick hasn't gone on yet or Trump hasn't gone on. And then I'm sure you've seen it with these MAGA guys. Like when Trump goes to war, wars are good now. And the same guys were like, wars are bad. They literally just switch their opinion whatever day. Can you imagine if you're a Trump follower, you have to switch your opinion like day to day?
Well, did you see how they twisted themselves in a pretzel and did a flip flop on someone showing up to a protest with a gun?
That's insane.
That's insane. And so they got out over their skis on that because everybody is turning against them on that. The guys who cheered on Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah. Right, which I defended Kyle Rittenhouse.
I support Kyle, and I support this current guy. I just with his viewpoint.
You can disagree with this. I disagree with
carry a gun. There's no consistency with these people, and it pisses me off. I'm sick of both sides at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah. So now,
I'm so pissed at both sides.
So now, according to Kristi Noem, if you're and Kash Patel,
yeah,
if you're exercising your constitutional rights, that makes you a terrorist. Because that's what they called that guy. They said that guy was there to do maximum damage. Isn't it weird if someone shows up to a protest with a gun and 2 magazines and he's going to do maximum damage? Don't you think he would do some damage?
Yeah.
He didn't do any damage.
He was just getting beat up. They already disarmed him. Is what's crazy.
When you disarm a guy and then shoot him in the back, that's murder.
I'm shocked people are defending that and they're attacking me for being against it. They're calling me like a traitor.
Well, of course you're consistent. Just like when during COVID, I was consistent. My liberal friends weren't, and they attacked me just like you. You're being consistent. Hey, I don't agree with this. I see you nurses politics, but I agree that he should be allowed to carry a gun.
I really stood up for Kyle Rittenhouse. I actually just had him on my podcast. He came in and trained jiu-jitsu with me. Such a nice kid. He's doing martial arts now. I felt so bad for him. At the gym, some leftist came there, tried kicking him out through a temper tantrum, which he didn't kick my guest out, get out of here. But I was shocked that he has to deal with stuff like that. It was a black guy. This guy actually liked the guy trying to kick him out, black guy, but I think he thinks he shot like 3 black people. Which
that's the thing. People, they got the media. It's in their interest to keep the country divided for many reasons. One of them that Mockingbird Press never ended, and the deep state wants us fighting each other. But another one is for clicks, right? For to sell newspapers, and it gets views. And what they told us was that Kyle Rittenhouse didn't live in that community. Turns out they said he didn't live in that community. They said he carried a gun across state lines and that he shot 3 black people. Well, it turns out he did live in that community, was a lifeguard in that community. He didn't take a gun across state lines, and he didn't shoot 3 black people. He shot 3 white people, and I was like, that's different, isn't it?
Yeah, totally different story than they made out to be.
Yeah.
Well, the guy that tried to kick him out, I talked in the afternoon, I'm like, well, how do you the guy, there's black guys at the ICE protest with guns. How do you feel about that? He goes, well, that's different. Like, how is that different?
And
how is that different? Because I don't even dislike the guy. That's why I couldn't believe that he was trying. I mean, I got really mad that he tried to kick my guest out, but it was just so shocking to me. That's different. I'm like, look at you. You can't think.
They all just do flip flops.
Both sides are totally guilty of it. I'm just like the right doing it with this the right's anti-Second Amendment and pro pedophilia now.
No kidding. And now they're cheering on politicians covering up Jeffrey Epstein and a child trafficking ring. That's just mind-boggling to me to see that happen. And I have a question for you, Jake. What do you? To me, I tweeted this out yesterday. To me, it's obvious that the ICE is not actually going after the illegal immigrants here who have taken our jobs. Because if they were taking American jobs, they would go to farms, they would go to meat packing, they would go to construction sites, they go to hotels, they go to restaurants. They're not doing. And when you go there, by the way, when you go to the construction site or the meat packing place, you arrest the guy who hired those illegals, because it's illegal to hire someone who's illegal. So and if you do that a couple of times and you put it on the news, the hiring of illegal immigrants ends immediately. But they're not doing that, right? Because the Chamber of Commerce, corporations, they want those illegal workers here because they're easier to control. They can pay them less and they can't organize. And that's exactly why they're here. And that's why Trump, by the way, is giving out H-1B visas. He's giving up 600,000 student visas.
For high-paying jobs.
And for high-paying jobs. So this is, to me, the reason why they're doing this in the street, in broad daylight, over-the-top violence by ICE is to distract everybody from that. From the fact that they're not really going after the illegal immigrants who have taken American jobs. It's to cover up for the fact that they're not prosecuting the Epstein files. They're not releasing them, and they're covering up for a child pedo trafficking ring. It's that, to me, that's what this is really about. That's why Trump is having ICE be so over the top to take all the heat off of all the other stuff. They're exploding the Pentagon budget. They're not cutting the Pentagon budget. They're exploding
like 1.5.
They're exploding the deficit. They're not cutting the deficit. So they're instituting new DEI for Jewish students.
They're the only they got rid of DUI except for Jewish students.
That's right.
The most successful group in the country. They make the most wealth, but DEI applies for them but no one else.
And they're instituting censorship laws, say on college campuses, to protect Jewish students.
So it's like GLM riots. They didn't protect white people. We didn't get any of that.
It's the opposite. So to me, I think what this ICE is, and it's backfired, by the way, because now if you look at polling, everybody, Donald Trump has.
It's going to make it harder to deport people. That's what I'm trying to tell. People are getting mad at me, like, you idiots. They're not going to deport people. Also, a concern I have, they're using this to bring in a police state.
Yes, exactly.
Palantir, surveillance, normalizing shooting American civilians. Now, both of the people I think are idiots, but that girl was Renee Good. She was trying to flee. I don't know your opinion.
Of course,
but she turned the wheel.
Really think yes.
And then she goes.
She had turned her wheels.
We're not mad at you. And then he steps forward. You can see him step forward to shoot her, and he called her a fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Shot her 3 times. He's like, how are we? Even if you don't like that girl or politics, I was against Ashley Babbitt getting shot too.
Exactly. So that's the weird thing is you see traditional conservative right-wingers saying, well, the left didn't care when they shot Ashley Babbitt. Yeah, well, they should have.
Yeah, they should have.
First of all, I did.
Yeah, I cared.
And they should have. And so now you're saying we're just as bad as the left because we don't give a shit when we shoot people in the face in America. So what they're doing is they're arguing against their own position. Their own position should be it's wrong for the government to shoot citizens and now they flipped
Ruby
it because
Ridge, like Randy Weaver, the ATF. Now you have them guys cheering this on.
That's exactly right. Yeah,
it's kind of scary.
Waco,
Waco, exactly. I was opposed to all of these.
That's right. Me too, and I was from the left against it.
I think concerned for 2 reasons. One, the government, they're getting people to cheer this on, and also they're pushing a deep hatred between the left and the right. Like you and me, we've traveled the country. We've been around leftists and rightists. We know they're all mostly good people. You guys get in their echo chambers and start thinking it's their enemy.
Well, that's the message of my show, Jake, as you know, and it's when I go out and do stand-up comedy, it's the message too, and it's a beautiful thing to see. I don't mean to pat myself on the back too hard, but when at my live shows, you get all types of people, right? You get nurses, you get union organizers, you get military people, you get ex-military people, you get teachers. You get Republicans, libertarians. You get mostly people though who feel disaffected from Republicans and Democrats. Like they come up to me, they go, "I used to be a Republican, but now blah blah," or they come up to me and say, "I used to be a Democrat, but now I can't." And that's why they come together and they're in a room full of like-minded people, which that almost never happens. It's always you're in a room full of divided people or Republicans or Democrats. It's never people who feel disaffected from both parties.
Yeah, for a second I started feeling like with Trump, like, oh, he's anti-war, pro-free speech, he's against the establishment. Okay, maybe I belong here. Then October 7th happened, and it was just like, cause I know I back then already knew a little history of how bad they treated the Palestinians.
Yeah.
You know, people just lost their mind when I was just trying to, obviously I wasn't supporting it, just trying to say, hey, it's a lot more complicated. People just insanely mad at me. We want war. Then they started talking about the anti-Semitic hate speech laws. In Australia, they passed these laws that are insane.
Just in Australia. Yeah. Insane.
You get arrested. One girl arrested, I think, for having a watermelon sticker. A guy just, like, if you say the Jews control the country, they'll come in and arrest you. Thanks for watching Fight Back Podcast. If you like the show, like, subscribe, or share the video. There's also donation links in the descriptions. many of you guys know, I run a free speech podcast. That comes as a price. It's being demonetized everywhere. So one way to support the podcast is to buy your books from AntelopeHillPublishing.com. Today's selection is The Trans-Industrial Complex. This book covers the money-making machine. Show, like, subscribe, or share the video. There's also donation links in the descriptions. As many of you guys know, I run a free speech podcast. That comes as a price. It's being demonetized everywhere. So one way to support the podcast is to buy your books from AntelopeHillPublishing.com. Today's selection is The Trans-Industrial Complex. This book covers the money-making machine of the trans industries and shows it's not to help people, but to make money and get rich. So again, if you want to support the podcast, go to AntelopeHillPublishing.com and be sure to use promo code FIGHTBACK. That'll save you money and support me. Thank you.
I went out when I was just there on tour, and I did Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane, and I did I did like 6 or 7 shows, and I said, at the top of my lungs, I was calling out Zionism and that it's Nazis and all the modern day Nazis, and nobody did anything. I was waiting to be arrested, and nobody did anything.
It would be a big public story, being an American citizen. It could happen, though. I have a little concern going to these countries that I could get arrested, because I do business sometimes Europe, Australia. A bunch of Australians, for whatever reason, tons of Australians are constantly DMing me, telling me just like how, I've interviewed a couple Australians maybe. They say it's like they passed a new law that's way more extreme. They used the Bondi beach attack to pass in this like crazy, anything about Jews basically get arrested.
Yes.
Even saying Zionist, I think.
Now they're saying Zionist, if you say it in a negative way, is hate speech.
I can't think of a way to say it in a positive way.
And first of all, why am I not allowed to do hate speech?
Yeah.
That doesn't make. Why am I not allowed to hate stuff? So the government is now going to monitor my thoughts, and some thoughts are. So it's just like George Orwell. It's good think and wrong think. You can't. So you're convicted of having wrong think.
If you read that book, it's so relevant today.
Of course.
It's insane. I read it a while ago, like 5-6 years ago. It was just so relevant with these exact same things they're doing again.
Well, as Kurt Metzger, who on my show pointed out, that people say, oh, George Orwell, he was such a visionary. He goes, he wasn't a visionary. He was hanging out with those people and he just listened to them because those people wanted to do this stuff all along, and now it's coming, now they're doing it. So that's been always the wish of the ruling class, right? They always wanted to do all that stuff in 1984, and here we are. They're doing it.
It's like they rewrite history, too. In that book, they're constantly changing things.
Yes.
They do the same thing, like with Trump. He'll say, like, Trump was always pro-pedophile and pro-foreign wars,
Yeah.
He was always against the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
Like, they're literally just rewriting it like he never said it.
Yeah. They like during COVID, and they said, well, nobody said the vaccine was going to stop transmission. Yeah. And then you show them a 10-minute-long video of everybody saying it, from Joe Biden to Rachel Maddow to Dr. Fauci and everybody in between saying it. They're like, oh, yeah, but then they switch. And then they go, yeah, but that was before they knew. I'm like, no, you said nobody said it.
Yeah.
Why did you say nobody said it? You know why? Because you were told that on TV that nobody said it, and you just repeated it. And they don't even realize, again, these are received opinions. These people, no one has their own goddamn opinion on COVID. It's all received opinions that they've never critically thought about.
Do you think these people are helpless, or do you think they could learn to critically think? That's why I sit there, and that's part of why I started speaking up. I realized most people don't make their own opinions with an influencer. We can download their opinions, but it's sad that it's like that. Like, I guess school doesn't teach critical thinking.
No.
My dad taught me critical thinking and stuff. I taught my daughters critical thinking.
My wife was a public school teacher in high school, and when she tried to teach critical thinking, she got in trouble. No kidding, she got in trouble. Yeah. So no, they don't want you. Just as Carlin said, they want you just smart enough to, do the busy work and run the machines, but too dumb to do anything about it. So see that you're in a system that threw you overboard 30 years ago. That's what he said that now 15 years ago, right? Or 20 years ago.
It seems just getting worse.
Of course, it's getting worse.
We're struggling out there. Me and you were doing pretty good, but people are struggling.
Well,
but even doing pretty good, it feels like we're not. I think prices are so crazy.
I was a comedian my whole life, and from a perspective of an outsider, I was doing really good, right? I was headlining improvs.
Yeah.
I was on television. I had Comedy Central specials, but I certainly wasn't rich by any. I was just paying my bills.
In LA, it was $1,000 a year is like nothing. It's like you're still,
nothing.
It's like lower middle class, but to me it seems like it would be. But they act like that's like good money.
And so now, it wasn't until when I started this show I started in December of 2015. It caught on right away, and I started selling out theaters right away. So I'd been a comedian, for 25 years, and then when I started doing, 20, 25 years, when I started doing my show, that's when it caught on, and that's I started to get a little comfortable financially. It wasn't like, I can sell out theaters. I can do, oh my God, thank God.
I can go to a nice dinner.
But that didn't happen until I was 50.
To a nice dinner and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, for the first 50 years of my life, I was just banging my head against the comedy wall, just treading water, paying my bills, living on my wits as a stand-up. It wasn't until like 2016
then you blew up.
when my show blew up, and I was honest to God, I was about to retire. Because I had turned.
You were just so frustrated that you never quite jumped to the next level.
Right. I was like, I never got to that point where I was selling tickets. Right. I was always at the mercy of a comedy booker. I was always at the mercy of the business. Right. And it's not until you start selling tickets where you have control.
Yeah.
And so I was about to quit. Honest to God, I was 20. I was like, I had written a book. It got published. I'd gotten a Hulu special. This all happened in 2014, 2015. And 2015 was when my manager called me and goes, hey, Hulu's going to give you a special. I was like, oh, thank God, that's it. Now I can retire. I got 3 major specials, 2 on Comedy Central, 1 on Hulu. I go, now I can retire. I did it. I made it. I have 3 specials. I feel like I did it. And then I started this show, and then it took off. I was like, oh my God, I got a whole new career
that you weren't planning.
That I was not planning.
Kind of what happened with me. I retired from fighting. I'm like, I can just kind of chill now. I was doing stuff in the fight business because I'm connected there, and I started this. I have an obsessive personality. I'm like, God damn it, I gave myself another career. But it's fun, and I think it's important. I think it's really important to try to spread a positive, consistent message.
I love it. And, the thing I really love doing is I do these live shows with an audience, and we have video, and I have a panel. It's kind of like Bill Maher, but funny. and so it's kind of a hybrid of the Daily Show and the Bill Maher Show. That's what I tell people. Except it's hosted by me.
Yeah.
And it's always funny, and it actually pushes against the establishment. Like Jon Stewart doesn't really. Chris Hedges pointed this out to me when I didn't realize it until he did, like 10 years ago. He goes, Jon Stewart never takes on the system.
Yeah.
He'll take on Republicans. He'll take on Democrats, but he doesn't take on the system. And because if he did, we know he wouldn't be given a corporate show for 20 years. That wouldn't happen. And so that's what's happened. Everybody's given him a show. Comedy Central, which is now Paramount, Apple gave him a show. He's been on TV. So if he was really pushing up against the system, he wouldn't be. Yeah, he wouldn't have those shows, and he couldn't even. And again, I don't want to make it out like Jon Stewart is a horrible guy, but he obviously knows where his bread is buttered, and he didn't tell you the truth about COVID. He wouldn't tell you the truth about vaccines or lockdowns or masks. He wouldn't. He told the truth.
They can't cross.
He told the truth about where the virus originated from on Stephen Colbert's show, and he caught such flack. He tucked his tail and he never told the truth about it again. That was it. He did a show. He did like a members only show for kind of a thing where he brought on all his producers and they talked about it. They talked about all the grief they got, and he said they realized that certain medicines are now right-wing medicines and some are left-wing medicines. And he was like, it was like a big wake-up call to him. It didn't make him emboldened to tell the truth about COVID. It made him afraid to, and so he stopped.
I don't know how people can just live like
and
that.
He stopped.
I can't do it. I can't live as a coward. Back real quick, talking about doing live shows, I only did one. and it just crushed. Not because of me, because I got lucky. You know, I had Owen Benjamin and Sam Trapilli. They'd been fighting for a while, and I got them both, become friends with both of them. I got them to agree to both come on and do the podcast.
Oh,
with
no
me.
kidding.
It was just awesome.
I didn't hear about that. I would watch that.
The show, and I don't think audio was not that good and stuff, but like live, it was just like crushed. People loved it. They hadn't been friends in a couple years, but they were like, you know, both probably.
Yes.
They were like really good friends. So I got into the first. They were like, Sam first, like, no, I'm not gonna do it. And I'm like, okay, no problem. Last minute, he's like, all right, hop on with you. Let's go. And I'm like, oh, awesome. So they hopped on. They hadn't like talked in a while. It's just you got two great comedians just riffing. It was so much fun.
Wow, fantastic. Yeah, I love doing my live show with a live audience. I mean, I've had a lot of people, Roseanne Barr, Dr. Drew, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones. We've had a lot of Rob Schneider. We've had a lot of big names do the live show, and that's really what I'd like to do. You know how Bill Maher only has to do 1 day a week?
Yeah.
I'd like to do that. I had a deal with Rumble. It was called Rumble Time, right? Because I had convinced them I go, you know, you guys have a free speech platform, but when I travel around the country, most people have never heard of Rumble. Yeah. And I said, so now it's like you should buy a billboard in Times Square. You should do a show called Rumble Time, and it's about free speech. And, you know, they bought into it, but didn't buy billboards. They didn't promote it. They gave me enough money to do it like live, but not enough to do it in a soundstage, so it looked like a real TV show.
So it's got to look good.
So yeah, we did one at the Ramova Theater in Chicago. That was Alex Jones was on that. And then we did a couple here at the Two Roads Theater, and that was when Tucker Carlson and Roseanne was on. And but it's just not the same as being on a soundstage, and it's a lot of work.
See if I can find somewhere in Vegas where I could do it occasionally and let you know if I find somewhere cool. I was wanting to like open a bar. It's just so much work too, where I could do like live shows and like a night show, like all the. Cause I have connections in both worlds, all the UFC people, so I could have like fights.
Oh right.
You know, connected to a lot of comics, do comedy shows, do my podcast live. I just need. It's a lot of work to get it running. Like, I know something like that would do good. And when guys like you come into town, do a live podcast there. But there's a huge audience. There's nothing like that in Vegas. Also, nothing like the whole fight in.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I hope you pull it off.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, so I was trying to.
Yeah,
I need a partner to run it. You've been out to Joe's Club, right, in Austin, or?
Oh yeah, I did my last special there.
Yeah, that place is.
That place runs like a machine. It's nice. He doesn't serve food, which is different. Which is very different for comedy clubs. So he just serves drinks. You come in, you have your 2 drinks, you see the show, you leave, and they don't get by. So, by the way, so when I'm telling jokes and I look down and there's a waitress serving a dish full of chicken fingers and fries, and they're having a conversation about the chicken fingers.
Annoying, right?
It's annoying. And so that you don't have that at Joe's Club. People just boom, here's a drink, and they walk. There's no, you don't even know the wait staff is there. That's the beauty of it.
I didn't even notice that because I never get food at comedy. This would be right. I've been at comedy clubs. You're sitting there talking to you, you're taking an order, and I'm like, the show's on.
Yeah, there's a show
like
going on.
How disrupting that would be.
Like, could you imagine if you're at a movie theater and the popcorn guy comes into the theater to talk to you about how much popcorn do you want? Do you want the bigger one? You want the middle? Do you want anything to drink with that? Yeah. I'm watching the fucking movie.
Yeah, right.
But
it throws you off, I would imagine too, when they're right in front of you talking. It's
yes.
Little things probably throw you off. Stand-up looks hard. I got
it's not easy.
He was trying to get me to do it for there was like UFC fighters. It'd be easier because it'd be a UFC audience, but still I'm like thinking like, what if I go out there and bomb? That would maybe one day I'll try it, but that would suck to go out there and just like bomb.
Everybody bombs. The best comedians in the world have bombed. The best.
Yeah, they'd be like filming the first one. I guess I could do open mic.
That's why you got to do a bunch. That's why you got to do shows every night. So each show means less. So if you only go up on stage, when I started, I would go once a week to an open mic, and that show meant everything. And so the stakes were too high. I was too nervous.
Yeah.
I was too tight. But when I started to do it every night somewhere else, then I became loose. And because I did a show last night. I'm doing a show tomorrow night. This show doesn't mean that much. Yeah. I'm doing a show every night this week. So that's what you need to do to do stand-up comedy. That's my advice to you. You got to do it as much as possible.
Well, with fighting, because you can't fight that much, obviously. Same thing. If you don't fight much, guys get some guys are good in the gym, but they get all nervous. I try to get guys do a ton of jiu-jitsu tournaments or some like amateur boxing stuff, so you get used to competing more for that energy. You can totally bomb off that negative energy.
Right.
So some fighters, they just can't perform. Like if I see a fighter and he hasn't fought in over a year, that's a big thing for betting. I'm not a big better, but I bet at fighting. I know a lot about inside information. That's one of the big factors. The guy hasn't fought in like 18 months. Like, that's going to be a factor. That adrenaline jump he's going to get. It's like if you hadn't done comedy for 18 months, when you went out there, you're probably not going to be as good, right?
That's right, exactly.
People don't think about this. The gambling people are going to watch this probably steal it now, the bookies. But that's like something, that's one of the main things I look, not one of the things, but a very big thing I look for.
Well, Jerry Seinfeld, who I'm not a fan of his Zionism, but I'm a fan of his comedy, he said that if I don't go up on stage for a couple of nights, I'm okay. But if I don't go up on stage for like 5 days, I notice. And if I don't go up on stage for a week, they notice.
Interesting.
And so that's one of the greatest.
Like that adrenaline. For me, I need to like train jiu-jitsu, but it's probably the same for a comic, right?
It's just like Michael Jordan. He shot free throw practice every day. Every day he took jump shot practice. I mean, you gotta keep. And if he doesn't do it, you gotta keep doing it. Just like stand up, you have to keep doing it. It's a muscle. You gotta keep working that muscle, and when you don't, it atrophies.
Yeah. So anyone listening, if you're trying to do an unusual job, you have to do insane amounts. So if someone's asking, should I do an unusual job, I always tell them no, because unless you're like obsessed with it, like you said, going over and over, stand-up nights, you have to put in so much work to make something unusual work.
So it's like if the idea of being a famous comedian is why you're doing comedy, that's not enough. You have to love doing comedy. You have to want to do, like as a kid, I always, just even doing this show, right? So doing my YouTube show, which is a video show about the news, and I put jokes in it, and I talk to a camera. I like doing that.
That's my attitude this time. Because normally I try and build sort of small, compact. Now I want big. Yeah. Because the problem is I always run into a point where I want to redo it or like add more bandwidth, add more stuff, and I never have the time to do it. So I'm now like building so big and so redundant. So then right now, at least for what I want. So I have 2 things of steel beams. Right now, well, so 10. Yeah, I have a couple. So I have 40 construction steel beams. The steel beams, which there's an oversupply of, but steel, because it's just kind of temporary, the steel beams are going into the top floor, which is the encased industrial. Right now we're making 96 encased industrial a minute. We're gonna upgrade it, so it's gonna be like 196 or something, or 192. It's not even, it should be 192 then. Per minute. We're gonna upgrade it. There's gonna be 2. Yeah, there's gonna be like 2 rows that go up to the top. And then 1 thing of the steel beams is literally just going to go onto the central like conveyor bus that goes around the map, and those are going to go everywhere to be turned into steel screws wherever I need them. And then I have like 40, I have like 80, or no, 40, I have 40 construction just using steel pipes. The rest of the steel. They're not, they're using a lot of alternative ones. But that's why, yeah, only like a quarter of the steel is going into the steel pipes. Almost fully set up. We are 3/4 fully set up. Really, the steel factory isn't bad efficient right now, but it's waiting on a better tier of belts. And once we get a better tier of belts, I just need to for the steel factory to be running at like 100% efficiency. We just need a higher tier belt. I don't know what the speed is. I know there's one more. It's was it 1200? Oh shit. Yeah. Well, we'll be good if we have that. And it's good that that's the number because there's also room to. Yeah. Is there a tier 4 miner? It's fair, I guess. That's I don't know how I crunch the numbers. I obviously got something. I have double the amount of first floor iron smelters than I do for than I seem to really need. I think I just maybe keep them down because I'm only gonna need, or as of now, I'm gonna need 4 sets of smelters. And I believe the other 2 are maybe just like the extra capacity I built in for later. Because there is room to expand the Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna watch the game with Kyle. Yeah. It's not my Steelers, so just not the Eagles. Yeah, I mean, I would prefer the Patriots not win, but maybe it will light a fire under the Steelers organization. They'll try to win again.
So Hytale is officially coming back from the dead, and the way it happened might be the riskiest move in gaming. See, a few months ago, Riot Games straight up cancelled the Minecraft-inspired RPG after acquiring the studio back in 2020. The scope of the game got way too big, and it just spiraled out of control. But the risky part is how Hypixel, the original creators of Hytale, refused to let the game die because they knew how much Hytale meant to the community, and they knew that Riot was about to just bury the IP forever. So they took a massive gamble and made a completely blind offer to buy the game back, without even seeing the current state of development. Like, their blog post literally says, no risk, no Hytale, so they repurchased their own game, they rehired over 30 of the original developers, and they announced that they're personally funding it for the next 10 years. And the best part is that they're going back to the original vision of Hytale that everyone fell in love with, they're undoing all the AAA bloat that Riot Games wanted to add, and they're going back to that same game engine from the trailer that got over 60 million views. So Hytale is officially coming back from the dead, and the way it happened might be the riskiest move in gaming. See, a few months ago, Riot Games straight up cancelled the Minecraft-inspired RPG after acquiring the studio back in 2020. The scope of the game got way too big, and it just spiraled out of control. But the risky part is how Hypixel, the original creators of Hytale, refused to let the game die because they knew how much Hytale meant to the community, and they knew that Riot—
Look at us. I know, we're like twins. First of all, for those who don't know, can you just tell us what your name is?
My name is Andrew O'Callaghan.
I need to give you a genuine warning before we start this video. Do not buy Hytale. Not because it's bad, and not because it's buggy, though trust me, we are going to talk about the bugs. You shouldn't play Hytale right now because if you do, you will never be able to play vanilla Minecraft ever again. It took exactly 10 minutes for this game to overwrite 15 years of muscle memory. I went back to record this footage of my old survival multiplayer server, and for the first time in my life, the world felt empty. The movement felt stiff, and the combat felt weightless. Hytale isn't just a Minecraft killer. It makes Minecraft obsolete, and today, we need to talk about why. To understand why Hytale feels the way it does, we need to acknowledge the elephant in the room. This game shouldn't exist. For the last 7 years, the internet convinced us that Hytale was vaporwave. It was the Half-Life 3 of the block game genre. It was a project that started as a server, got bought by Riot Games, suffered from massive scope creep, and then went silent. But when the game launched in early access this week, something strange happened. The developers were actually honest. They admitted that the build we are playing is effectively frozen from a specific point in development. They aren't selling us a finished product, they're letting us playtest the foundation and are very, very clear about what we're getting into. And that context is critical because when you play Hytale, you aren't playing a polished AAA release. You are playing a proof of concept that asks a very dangerous question. What happens if you take the Minecraft formula, but you actually build the game engine to support it? Mojang has spent 15 years patching a game engine that was never meant to be this big. They are fighting against their own code. Hytale, for all of its flaws, was built from the ground up to do exactly this. And that structural difference is what makes going back to Minecraft feel so incredibly hollow. The first thing you notice, the thing that ruins other voxel games for you, is the physicality. In Minecraft, you are essentially a floating camera with a hitbox. You glide over the terrain. If there is a 1-block ledge, you have to jump. If there is a 2-block wall, you are stuck unless you build some dirt scaffolding. In Hytale, you are a physical object. You have weight. When you approach a ledge, you don't pillar up, you mantle. You grab the edge and pull yourself up. When you run down a steep hill, your character can actually slide, kicking dust up, gaining momentum. It sounds like a minor detail, but it completely changes how you view the terrain. In Minecraft, a mountain is an obstacle that you have to terraform to traverse. In Hytale, a mountain is a playground. The world isn't just a grid of blocks to be mined, it's geometry to be navigated. Even simple interactions like sitting on a chair or sleeping in a bed have dedicated animations. You don't just snap into position, you see your legs, see your hands. It makes the world feel inhabited. It makes the character feel like you, rather than just a cursor. And once you get used to that, floating around in Minecraft just feels like playing in spectator mode. If the movement makes Minecraft feel stiff, the combat makes it feel archaic. We all know the Minecraft combat loop. You sprint, you jump for a crit, and you spam left click. Maybe you use a shield if you're feeling spicy. It's functional, but it isn't engaging. Hytale treats combat as a pillar of gameplay, not just a chore. I picked up a two-handed mace in the first hour. It wasn't just a diamond sword with more damage, it changed my entire playstyle. It has a slow windup, it has a heavy recovery time. If I miss a swing, I am wide open, but if I hit, it sends enemies flying, and it feels crunchy. And the enemies actually respect the combat system. I found a group of Scarix in the Howling Sands. They didn't just walk.
Yeah, it's fine. It's good enough for this week. And signing off.
Hytale's third update is here. The Grimoire summoning has been updated. Now you have a chance to spawn a ranged skeleton variant, which has a gun and will shoot your enemies. Also, your summoned skeletons will no longer take damage if you hit them, finally. New cosmetic options: tweed hat, construction hat, new shoe styles, and a mage shirt. New updates to maps. We now have the ability to place map markers in-game and adjust their color and icon. You can also share your marker with other players if you are playing in multiplayer. New block variants featuring cracked magma, cracked dirt, cracked basalt, and incandescent volcanic rock as well. Many bugs were also fixed. Block placing mispredictions were fixed and world generation performance was improved. Tell me, what do you think about this update, and follow for more. Hytale's third update is here.
Thorium is probably the hardest to find ore in Hytale, as it only spawns in Zone 2 and exclusively in some subbiomes, the dark brown hills and the Disco Mountains or canyons, so don't waste time checking out these. Both above and underground, thorium will spawn abundantly here. But even better, open your map and search for green pixels, as yes indeed, that's more easy thorium. Use this trick to also get truckloads of adamantite, cobalt and silver in Zone 4, but now I am curious.
Someone keep inventory pocket. So what keeps taking the inventory pocket?
A tree for you or a tree for him?
There you go. Did it.
What do you have to do?
So it was slightly misaligned horizontally. So what you have to do is that you connect them in the middle, right? You go straight from one and straight from the other, and then when they intersect, it's connected. So yeah, so it's like if you have to figure out why it isn't connecting. If it's like a slight misalignment, then you need to look at wherever there was a corner, because wherever the belt turned, that's what causes that misalignment, is a turn the belt.
Rampage. Bingo fuel, RTB to base, refueling.
RTB to base. All right, AWACS, making my last run on the Hoover Dam. Over and out. Wait, what? Wait, abort! We did not authorize. All right, AWACS, I'm going in hot. Godspeed. I'll see you in Valhalla. Chud one, break off.
Be a real shame if someone were to summon a pack of hogs.
To the person that says nothing ever happens, I'm about to prove that.
Something's about to happen.
I can't remember where I heard of it, but it's like when we go into nuclear war or whatever, like for D-Day or whatever. Like
for
apparently,
keep going.
I remember hearing somewhere, which made me really sad, is like when the one of their protocols were like, yeah, once I launched the missile or whatever, I was supposed to fly around until I run out of fuel and just drop out of the sky. I'm like, oh man, that's really depressing.
Nothing. Well, they don't want you to land back at base, because if the base was irradiated, you would die. So you'd have a better chance of just.
Are you fighting enemies?
Yeah, there's still enemies.
I gotta fix. Oh my god, that's terrible.
Yeah, you're wasting all those nukes. I just saw that fucking deer turn into the sun.
Give me a second.
People say they're hitting deers with their car. Dude, insurance prices are so high with car accidents with deers. I'm removing
Honey, there's a deer on the road. I'm gonna have to get the big ones out this time. Just turns their driveway into glass.
Just takes out a laser pointer and starts waving at the deer. Honey, what are you doing? I got friends in the high places.
Got friends in high places.
I'm going to start the soup. Are you guys watching it?
Oh, I jumped in by accident.
NBC. Yeah. I mean, you guys come up here if you want. But I'm not staying up.
Now we gotta clean up after the mess.
We don't gotta do jack shit. I gotta have a good time.
All right.
I'll talk to you later.
Well, now I can return to my peaceful ways of